Happy New Year. Welcome back to the stream. Hey Himang, I see you on the YouTubes. Best of luck to me. Thank you. I will always appreciate the good wishes. And over on the Twitch, Struggle Bus Phoenix, welcome in friend Struggle Bus. Alas, taken by work. No worries. No worries. We appreciate you when you can make it here. And the rest of it, look, I get it. You got to make a living, don't we all? Don't we all? Hey, happy new year once again, everybody. I hope work busyness aside, I hope the day is going well, as is the new year so far, the newly born year over here in New York City. It is cold as fuck, cold as balls. It's just incredibly cold today. I mean, it's not even that cold. What it was, it's like actually right now it's 42 degrees. It was really cold this morning. I went out for a nice little silly mental health walk for my silly mental health early in the morning because couldn't go out in the afternoon because I'm here. I'm here for you. But went for a walk. Just get some sunlight. Move. Exit the apartment. I try and do that at least once a day, if at all possible. Just go out. Just get silly little mental health walk. Very cold. Very extremely, absolutely, ridiculously cold and windy. That woke me up. That woke me up. I will say that. Brisk, brisk. That's the weather. That's the word I should be using. It's brisk. But anyway, I did get my walk in. I did get my walkies, which is good. And then I came back and I watched a couple episodes of. I'm almost done with. It's not Leverage. It's Severance. If you haven't seen Severance, which is understandable because it's like I think Apple TV exclusive. Apple TV apparently has a few bangers on the sci-fi side, and so I hadn't gotten around to watching it. But now that I'm on the full yo-ho side of life, I decided to check it out. It's like 9 episodes the entire season, and solid. It is some of the most solid sci-fi I've seen in a while. It goes places, it asks questions. Really enjoying it. Really enjoying it, and things are coming to a head. I'm like halfway through episode 8, and it's like one more episode left. I think there's a second season that's been announced, I think, but it is going like, holy shit, how you've only got an episode and a half left. What are you even doing here? So I'm excited to see where that goes. And of course, the cat, as when I talk, she thinks I'm talking to her, so she has chosen to bless us, which means you have chosen to be picked up, child. My sweet precious baby girl, my innocent daughter, my precious fur child. I look, all right. This is the only source of joy and love I have in my life. Let me have this, right? Father, you're being cringe. All right. Anyway, today we return to the world of Fabula Ultima, which we started looking at yesterday. Originally, I started looking at the main book. I have 4 books. I have 4 PDFs. I haven't been able to purchase the physical books yet. I hope to get them at some point soon. But I have 4 PDFs. So I had the official Fabula Ultima book itself, right? The main book. Then the 2 atlases, which are the high fantasy and the techno fantasy atlases. And then the start play sort of intro tutorial adventure. And so we decided to start play with the tutorial adventure, and let the game designers and the game itself teach us what it wants to teach us. Right? Let's be open to the lessons that it has to teach us. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and switch over to it because we got some good stuff yesterday. I honestly, almost everything I saw yesterday, I thoroughly enjoyed. So let me switch over to that, and let me make my background go away real quick because I'm covering up part of the PDF there. So here we go. Just boop. There we go. Look at that. Science. Technology. All right. So, and then the other thing I want to do here, give me just a second because I am missing. Let's see. So apparently ground control is now just straight up broken. Cool. Fuck me, I guess. All right, let me. Yeah, I guess I don't have anything to put on that screen now. Except, I guess, let's give me. Bear with me a moment here. As usual, we're doing it live. Let me just, in that case, have this set up as a spare sort of Twitch uh, monitoring thing. Here we go. Go to the stream manager and just have that running there in the background in case I need to turn over to the overhead. Did that not work? What's happening here? I clicked on the thing. I clicked on your link. Please respond. Should we try that again? All right. Well, cool. Things are weird, folks. I don't know what's happening. Does a browser need a thing? Why? Why are you like this? You were behaving so well, and then I decided to frickin' is your internet down? No. No. So why is your I don't know. Hi, cat. Yeah, nope, never mind. Never mind. All right, you know what? Switch to the overhead. There we go. Look. Cat. Says what you people want. Says what you people want. Kitty. There you go. Look. Oh my god. Extreme close up. All right. Oh, she's here. There we go. Hi. Are we looking at stage fright? Are we look? Yeah, it is stage fright. Are we looking at a video at a tabletop RPG today? Yeah, sure. At some point. But you know, cat wrangling has to happen. Hi, sweetheart. All right, but seriously though, why is this over here not working? Let's try it again. Zen. By the way, highly recommend. Well, I was about to say highly recommend Zen browser, but did I not just have like a weird crash on it? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think this whole computer. I'm out of order. This whole computer is out of order. Let's just, you know what? Do a restart, Mac. Go ahead. Just give yourself a little restart. You've been up for weeks. You've been up for weeks. You need a reboot. All right, let's go back. No, let's go here. Anyway, I don't need that to do anything. Although if we get scared by the Mac reboot sound in a minute, apologies for that. The bong, the boom. All right. So what did we learn? Yeah, there it is. What did we learn yesterday? We learned ourselves a few things, right? Let's go back and look at some of these character sheets, right? Because we've got these intro characters. We learned everything up to and including 7. So now we're going to put it all, and we actually ran through most of a combat. Very impressed with us. Oh, there we go. Done rebooting. Log you back in there. All right. So we learned how the statuses work, how the attributes work, how you roll. Pretty straightforward. We learned how the status effects work and how this is designed, so it's really easy to know which status effect affects which stat. And when you have a status effect, it basically takes you down by 1 dice. They can stack, but can never take you below d6. We saw the traits and what you can do with them, which is that later on you get to spend Fabula points if they're tied to your identity, theme, or origin, and you can use those to re-roll 1 or both dice of a check, or if you spend the Fabula point. I'm just trying to go refresh everything we got yesterday in my head. See if I actually learned as a thing, right? And you can spend these, like I said, to re-roll the lowest dice, or if you spend them and in conjunction with one of your bonds to somebody else, and you can have bonds have 1, 2, or 3 levels, and each one has to be chosen one of these two, etc., etc. If you're choosing a bond, then you add the bond's level to your dice roll. So sometimes if you just need a nudge of 1 up, maybe that, and there's a bond that you can tie it to, might be a better thing. While if you want to just take the risk and re-roll and take whatever comes, then maybe you spend the point from one of the traits. Cool, I like it. You get Fabula points anytime you botch a roll, or anytime. Wait, was it botching or was it just failing? No, anytime you roll a fumble. So basically, double ones gets you a Fabula point. And then certain things whenever instructed by the scenario. So anytime a villain shows up, you get Fabula points. And I think there were a couple other things. That's something we'll have to refresh on. Um, we looked at the hit points and mind points. Pretty straightforward how that works. Hit points, it's just like, again, this is very JRPG-ish and very, very true to the spirit, right? So hit points are hit points. Magic points are magic points. All right, so initiative modifier, we saw that. So the group initiative mechanics we really liked. The defense numbers are pretty straightforward, not a lot of math to really do. And then how, basically each weapon has its own basic, it's there. So it tells you, like, you do an accuracy check, these are the stats you're going to roll plus whatever, and this is the damage you're going to do. It's going to be based on your high roll dice. We spoke a little bit about how that system works. You only roll, just do your one attack roll, and it's all there, damage, everything in one roll. I really like how they do it, especially since it means that high rolls matter. You do more damage. And it's really just 1-to-1, very simple. So I like it. And then, defense is pretty straightforward as well. Then we learned about skills and actions, and again, very JRPG. You, when combat appears, these are the actions you can take. You basically select from them like a menu. If you select a skill, these are the skills you have. Yeah, again, just select them as if you're selecting from a menu. My only question, but again, we are looking at just the tutorial. And the tutorial, again, has been unlocking things as we go, just like a video game tutorial tends to do. So very well done on that to the designers. But I don't know if, in terms of, actual combat, when it actually comes down to it, is this really it? Like, are these... I mean, again, this covers 99% of the things that the average character will do. If it's in combat, you're probably either attacking, guarding. Like, there's no real movement here, which is interesting. And I guess we'll see. Again, it might be just because it's an intro, it's a tutorial. We'll see the full game if there's any more. But, like, combat, once again, very JRPG. Like, there's not a lot of distance mechanics. This is not the kind of game where you've got minis on a map, presumably. You two rows of teams fighting between one another, taking turns between one another. Initiative itself, pretty straightforward, cool. And then we saw the inventory and inventory points system, which is, again, also pretty cool. How it abstracts this, but also the abstraction still interacts with how you would expect the actual thing to go in the game, in terms of spending money at vendors to recover spent inventory points, but the inventory points are still flexible, so you can kind of scrape together what you need at the moment. So yeah, all of that, absolutely dope. We like that. It's pretty straightforward. There was no part of this that I didn't understand, at least to some point, or that I didn't feel like made sense. We even ran a combat with 3 enemies and 4 characters solo, and it flowed pretty well. In fact, if it probably would have flowed super quickly if I wasn't literally learning the system as I went, rather than if I already knew it. Yeah, that combat would have probably been done in like a couple of minutes, which is dope. So let's see here. So all of this, dope. Like it. And then we're going through the intro tutorial. We have this more this bigger scene. This is where we discovered how sort of vendors work and how you can use them to regain inventory points. The tutorial itself does a pretty good job of guiding the GM through all of this. Through what's in the world, through what actually happened, and through what you're doing here. Like, hey, here's how you would sort of deal with an NPC. Here's how that would go. Here's some things that your characters might do, etc., etc. Search the ruins, all this stuff. Good stuff. And then we get the Scene 7 interlude, and this is where we left off yesterday. So let's go ahead and dive right back in there. So right now, you've learned all the... Oh, right, this is also why we left off here, because this is the game itself. So like, with that, the basics. go forth and play, basically. But now we're going to, as a, sort of as a player, but now looking at it as a GM, I still want to go forward because now, wait, what else this game has? So they're going to introduce us to villains. So we did run into villains earlier at the, what was it? What scene was this? Scene 4, I think? Or scene 3, Shadows, right, where we got introduced. This game has the concept of sort of game master scenes, which are a lot like little cutscenes that happen in a JRPG, especially those cutscenes that don't actually involve the characters. Like a lot of JRPGs will have those scenes all of a sudden in the throne room of the Demon King, where he is discussing with his generals. Oh, we will crush the world of the humans. Yes, General, we will crush the world of humans. But what about that group of plucky adventurers that's been coming up the hills? Ah, ignore them. They are weaklings and will not meddle. In any case, I've sent my son, Prince Junior, to go take care of them. Prince Junior, of course, being an unlockable character later in the series. Once you've beat him a couple of times and he does become recruitable. Funnily enough, once you recruit Prince Junior, he doesn't have any of the big, powerful attacks that he used in the fights with you, which seems really odd. But, you take it because he is very bishy. So, anyway. You as the GM get to play out a little, have a little fun with that. And the part of the fun is that if those scenes involve villains, capital V villains, who we're going to learn more about now, anytime a villain shows up in a scene, even a scene where the players are not in, like a GM scene, the players gain Fabula points. So now the players get to watch a fun scene and they get rewarded for it. Very cool. And also, it kind of hypes up the villains, because anytime you see a villain, it's like, take a Fabula point, you're probably going to need it. So let's learn about that. So this is the perfect time to take a short break and review the rules you have learned up to now. Once you're ready, you can read the advanced rules below and then move on to scene 8. So that's why we took a break, and now we are reading the advanced rules below. Well, of course he doesn't have the cool powers. He lost his hellish blessing since he changed size. Of course. That's the excuse in game. In the meantime, I'm just having flashbacks to fucking Chrono Trigger and what's his name, the villain that beats your ass a couple of times, and then you finally recruit him, and it's like just another character. It's like, weren't you like hitting me in the face with black holes one fight ago, and now you're dealing 50 points of damage, and with like a sword slash, which is respectable, I guess, or whatever. But like, where'd all those black holes go? So let's see here. When a character situational modifiers. When a character performs a check, the game master may apply a +2 bonus or a -2 penalty that reflects a particularly advantageous or disadvantageous circumstance. This is called situational modifier and should always be clearly communicated before the check is made. Interesting. Okay, so this is very, very short. I would have liked a tiny bit more guidance there, but maybe we do get it in the main game. Let's see. Oh, that does drive me crazy, to be honest. Characters getting way worse from recruit. Exactly. Like it's a trope. It's a fucking trope. But okay, so I do like how simple this is. Like, there isn't like a range, super hard, easy, whatever. It's just because there's already a range, right? There's already, and I think that's probably the approach that the game wants you to take. There's already like standard difficulties. Where are they? I think they're told to us pretty early on. Yeah, here. So basically, easy check is diff 7. Like, these aren't even like, you're not supposed to really make up these numbers based on this. Either the difficulty level is automatically set by a rule or special skill, or you select one of these. Like, the game master doesn't just make up necessarily a difficulty level. It's more like they're choosing, this is an easy check, an average check, or a hard check, and those are the difficulty levels. And then if you need to make it even more, so that's the thing, like, wait, so difficulty levels go 7, I think it's 7, 10, 13, right? So it's pretty big. It's like 3-point jumps. Oh, went too far. Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, 3-point jumps. While the modifiers are a way to fine tune it a little. So like something is normal with a 10. It's not necessarily hard, but it's dark and rainy and loud, so I'm going to do a situational modifier of +2 difficulty, which is still not quite as hard as if it was a hard check, because that makes it a 12. So now they're different things. It's a fine tuning, and I do dig that. It's because a plus or minus just one, a little bit too fine tuning, I think, with how this scales. Like it does feel right, and again, it also one vibe that I'm getting with the game, interestingly enough, is that it wants to have it both ways, and it does very well at actually having it both ways in terms of being very open ended, but also being very prescriptive. Like, here's your choices, right? But within that, within those choices, and within the game world creation itself, it's super open ended. So okay, I dig that. I dig that. It's just a straightforward +2 bonus or -2 penalty. Opportunities. When a character scores a critical success, they receive an opportunity and may spend it for a powerful effect. See sample opportunities below. Similarly, when a character fumbles a check, the enemy gets an opportunity to spend against that character or someone else. Support checks never generate opportunities. We already saw support checks earlier. I get it. And you can come up with custom-made opportunities, but they're subject to GM's approval. So, sample opportunities. Next check made by you or one of your allies gains a +4 bonus. One creature of your choice suffers a status effect: dazed, shaken, slow, or weak. You ask the Game Master a single question about something or someone that is part of the scene. The Game Master answers truthfully. If there was no predetermined answer, the Game Master invents one on the spot, and that answer becomes truth from this point on. Fill or erase 2 sections of a clock, and we'll look at clocks shortly, but out of game, we know what clocks are. We know and love clocks. But we'll see how this game uses them. It does straight up credit Blades in the Dark for this, so I'm guessing its usage of clocks is going to be very similar. Add 1 emotion to one of your bonds, or create a new bond with 1 emotion. So again, we saw that yesterday, how bonds work. So interesting. See an opportunity may spend for a powerful FSC sample. So next check by you was 1. Status effect, questions. Yeah, this is solid. It's like a bonus, an extra. Like you scored a critical, because since there's no degrees of success by default, right? Like this is a sort of pass-fail system for the most part. Then having the critical successes allows it to sort of have the fact that critical successes is once again it's very wide open, but here's a specific selection. You can make up your own, but here's a specific selection. Because sometimes it can be difficult, and I've had this problem sometimes with other games that make it so that a crit success means that specific thing that you did it better. Sometimes there are roles where that doesn't matter. You can only it limits. It feels a little limiting sometimes. So sometimes it's more like, no, here's just in sort of meta game kind of currency thing. It's like, that was a good roll. Here's a little Benny, and you might be able to make it make sense with an attack, for example, for one of these, or maybe it makes more sense for the next check. Like, yeah, it's flexible enough. I dig it. I love it. All right, simple, nothing crazy. I do love that they're talking about these as they are advanced rules. So it means that this is what the game considers advanced rules. Good. That means it's not terribly complicated, which I appreciate. But then at the same time, now I'm curious. Like, once we get to the full book, then with a system this no, okay, the system is relatively simple, but we've got like 15 character classes and a whole bestiary and whatnot. So okay, no, I was gonna say, like, what they spend so many pages on. 15 character classes, bestiary, powers, abilities. That's, we'll get to see those soon enough, I guess. So spending Fabula points to alter the story. You already know the Fabula points can be spent to reroll dice and improve the result using checks, as we discussed earlier. But there's a third way to use them. A player may spend one Fabula point to introduce a narrative element or alter the scene to their advantage. So this, again, we're kind of going with the they feel like a little bit like XP from Numenera and stuff, but they're not XP. They're just, but point is additionally, fate points, stuff like that, classic. So okay, interesting. I like they give you a little bit of narrative control. No problem. Let's see. So the choose a narrative element or alter the scene to their advantage. So if the change you propose affects something introduced by the game master or by this scenario, you will need the Game Master's permission. Cool. Similarly, if the change you propose affects a player character, you will need the corresponding player's permission. You cannot contradict a narrative element introduced by yourself or someone else. You should add something to the story, not remove something. Bear with me a second. I need to. No, it's my cat. Jeez, just. No. Okay, I guess she doesn't want the spotlight. She doesn't want the spotlight, I guess. Because she was right. She was here. She was right here. And now the moment I turn the camera, nope. Okay, well, never mind. Let's go back to the intro. Nope, that's not the one we wanted. Here we go. All right. Back to it. Any mechanical consequences of the narrative elements, such as damage or status effects, are exclusively determined by the Game Master. And, okay, cool. For instance, a player might spend a Fabula point to declare that the villain is secretly another player character's father. But to do so, they would need permission from both the Game Master, who introduced the villain, and the player who controls that player character. Yes. Common sense. I get it. Another example would be spending a Fabula point to have an arcane mechanism short circuit and fill the battlefield with static energy. The Game Master might decide that this translates to 10 bolt damage to every creature or a vulnerability to bolt damage for all creatures until the end of the current round, but that's their call to make. The player cannot request a specific effect. Given the amount of freedom this rule brings to the table, we understand it can be a bit intimidating, especially for the Game Master, who needs to reconcile the player's narrative description with the mechanics of the game. Because of this, we have provided a few examples of what could be done with Fabula points and how the Game Master could handle it mechanically. Allies. If the group introduces one or more allied creatures who can fight alongside them, those creatures should attack once per round, dealing 10 damage of an appropriate type, and maybe take 1 or 2 hits in place of a player character before retreating. Keep things simple. If a narrative element deals damage to a single creature, it should deal 20 damage of an appropriate type. If it deals damage to multiple creatures, it should deal 10 damage to each. Status effects. If a narrative element hinders one or more creatures' ability to perform well in the scene, you should simply have those creatures suffer a status effect that feels appropriate, such as poison for a toxic fog, or slow for a damaged armor that gets in the way of their movements. And finally, elemental tricks. If a narrative element would change the type of damage dealt by an attack or spell, or give one or more creatures resistance or vulnerability to an element, that effect should last for a single round at most. Interesting. Okay, so limited, but effective if needed. Let's see. I don't know about not able to request a certain effect. Sounds like something that could be overridden at a table. I mean, yeah, I can see that being kind of like a house rule, but it's more like I would probably have word like you can suggest an effect, but at the end of the day, it's always the GM's choice. So long as you leave it at that, it's like, yeah, GM has final veto call on anything. You cannot just say Tiamat the dragon shows up and she's actually my mom, and so she eats the bad guys. As a GM, I'm probably gonna veto that. just straight up, no, come up with something else. But also, like, yeah, no, so for the GM, you go like, you introduce some sort of element that changes your weapon from like, that's the thing. Like, you come up with an element and you can go like, what I want to do is I want this weapon to actually do lightning damage for this next attack. I, as a GM, can take that into effect and go like, all right, cool, yeah, that sounds good. Or depending on what they described, I might go, I see what you're going for, but what you actually described wouldn't have that effect, but I can give you this. the creature is extra vulnerable to lightning, or or like the area that they're in is crackling with lightning, and so they do take some lightning damage. But like again, it's gonna depend very much, right, on what the player offers. So at the end of the day, it should be up to the GM in this case. Like it can't be like, hey, I'm gonna offer, can I pay a point to have this happen? Which is how it works in most games, honestly. Is pay a point, can, and just you kind of ask the GM, can I make this happen? Just the way it's worded here is more like, are like this, like, are exclusively determined by the game master, but like, yeah, it just, it feels like it's worded a little too strictly. It's like, I think, I'm not going to kick somebody from my table for suggesting what they would like to do. And if it makes sense, I'll probably go with it. But also, yeah, sure, yeah, basic guidance should be like, yeah, but also GM, don't, players, don't let players spend Fabula points to destroy the game either. Like it's a Benny. It's a benefit that they can do. Work with them, give them something for it, let them get something. But they are not auto win buttons, which pretty straightforward. And I do like that here's, there's some guidance. Also, the fact that there is guidance provided means that if you run into a player that is kind of a dick about it, then you can go like, hey, read the rules. This is the kind of stuff you're supposed to get from it. Because they're like, oh, I spent a Fabula point. Why didn't why didn't my attack automatically kill that guy? It's like, no, you spent a Fabula point, and the general guidance for Fabula point is like, yeah, some effect that maybe does max 20 points of damage, stuff like that. Guidance, actual direct guidance, good. I like that. But also from the other side, as a player, you can kind of remind your GM, if you got a GM, and because I've also played with GMs who are like, oh yeah, I spent a flay point to do this, and it might as well be wasted. I wasted my points. Like, oh, that had absolutely no effect. Regardless of whether I wanted it to have an effect or whatever I actually wanted, it's just completely ignored. So being able to point your GM like, yo, no, I spent the fate point. Can we get something along these lines in exchange for that? Then yeah, so everybody knows what you're getting. I do like that the game does repeat several times. Like, for example, even with the situational modifiers, the second should always be clearly communicated before the check is made. Like, the game does several times kind of a push that, hey, like, this is not the type of game where it's not an antagonistic game. You're not arguing, you're not keeping secrets from one another. You everything should be out in the open as players, as GMs, as much as possible, right? The GM will of course have to keep certain things back because they're building a story, but like, this is not an antagonistic game. Like, talk it out. All right, let's go. New conflict actions. 3 new actions become available during conflicts: inventory, objective, and study. So inventory, you spend inventory points to create a remedy, elixir, or tonic and administer that item to yourself or an ally of your choice. Solid. So we already saw, let's kind of scroll up here for the character sheet, right? So, because we just unlocked, right? We already unlocked the basic actions of attack, guard, and skill. I was asking, do we ever get anything else? Well, looks like we do. We have inventory, objective, and study. Everybody gets that. And since it's on the character sheets, we'll just read it from the character sheets, and we'll go back and do the full read. And do they all have? Are they all in it? Yeah, they're all basically the same thing. So you get your inventory. So you spend inventory to create an either remedy, elixir, or tonic on yourself or someone else. Again, straightforward. It's just reach into your inventory, spend, nothing. Objective. Attempt to make progress towards a goal in the scene that require checks or a clock. So we'll expand that, but yeah, I get it. This is it. This is what I was missing. We'll get to that. We'll go back to it in a second. And then study, make an insight plus insight check to examine a creature, and then based on the result, you get certain amounts. So basically, the identify spell or action. And the higher your insight, the better your chances to getting a good result, and the more better results you get. Very JRPG video gamey, where you get like their attributes or defense, magic defense, vulnerabilities. You get their stats. Solid. But yeah, objective. So I was saying, like, what if in combat I want to do something besides an attack or guarding or a spell or use a skill. In a JRPG, pure JRPG, yeah, I get it. These are my options. It's a video game. On a tabletop game, sometimes I'm gonna want to do something outside of these, and there it is. It's objective. It's you're doing something. You're progressing towards a goal in the scene. You're trying to do something. So you're either going to make some kind of check to do the thing, or you are trying to make progress on one of the clocks that are active at the moment. Cool, fine, that's it. That's all I was. I'm done. I'm done. That's the only thing I was missing. I thought maybe we'd learn about it when we got to the main book, but up there it is. There it is. That cleared that up for me. And now let's dive into it. So objective. You attempt to make progress towards a main objective or side objective within the scene. First, you should describe what you want to accomplish to the game master. Then the GM decides whether a simple check will be enough to achieve your goal, or if a clock is needed. In Fabula Ultima, we use clocks to keep track of approaching dangers for long-term objectives. For instance, if the heroes try and persuade the enemy to a truce, the game master should use a clock to represent the group working together towards that goal during the scene. Clocks generally feature 4 to 12 sections and are always visible to the entire table. Larger clocks indicate events that are unlikely to happen or objectives that are hard to achieve. Once a clock is part of a scene, anyone can attempt to influence it by performing the objective action and describing what they do. The game master will decide the attributes and difficulty level of each check based on circumstances. When the outcome of a check causes a clock to advance or turn back, the number of sections that get filled or erased is equal to 1 plus 1 for every 3 points that the result of the check beat the difficulty level. So that's our first exposure to this being a little bit more than pass and fail. Like, there are degrees of successes. As an example, a result of 15 on a check with a difficulty level of 10 made to advance the clock will fill 2 sections, one for the success and another for beating it by 3 points. All right, solid. So that now we've got a reward for higher rolls outside of combat, specifically when we're trying to achieve, like, extended action. The clocks are basically, like, whenever I see a clock, in my head, what I read is extended action. I'm thinking extended actions from every other game that came before. The brilliance of clocks is their visualness, their tactility, the fact that they're right there, that it's so obvious to, like, you see the clock fill up, like, there is a tactility to them that feels good, and that's really simplifies the concept of that whole, like, extended roll in a way that I think makes it a little bit more fun than the classic just keep rolling over and over and over until you succeed, right? So yeah. Okay, so 4-section clocks indicate minor objectives, just granting your allies resistance to a specific damage type for 2 or 3 rounds. 6 and 8-section clocks are the most common and indicate major objectives, such as preventing an enemy from using a specific attack or spell until the end of the scene. And 10 and 12-section clocks indicate resolutive objectives, which end the conflict with a victory for the side who completed them. Interesting. When you establish a clock, remember to tie it to an objective, not a specific approach. This way, anyone can contribute regardless of their attributes and skills. While some approaches will undeniably prove more effective than others, you should never frame a clock in such a way that one or more players feel like they can do nothing to influence it. Clocks are an extremely flexible tool that allows you to find many creative solutions for the same situation and pursue side objectives within a scene. For instance, you could run a chase scene where the pursuers each have their own clock, or an audience where 2 opposing sides have clocks of different sizes because one already enjoys the favor of the public. Experimenting with clocks is one of the most satisfying aspects of Fabula Ultima. Exactly, like I do like that. This is it. This is what it really sets clocks apart from, like, extended action. This whole, you can have competing clocks, and now that can bring a sense of tension to a game that a lot of other people might not, or a lot of other approaches don't really get. Like, I've been in so many games where there has been some kind of chase scene, and even when the GM says, okay, we're going to do, like, we're going to best of 5 rolls or something, or we're going to do 5 rolls and see how it goes, or, like, it always feels more like we're just going to keep rolling until something happens. Otherwise, it's just the scene just kind of keeps going. The chase keeps going. and you don't know how many you need. You're like, so with the clock approach, it's like it's very tactile. You're there, you know exactly what you need, you know how far away. There's a guttural reaction to moving forward or moving back on the clock. Yeah, I'm a big fan of clocks. All right, and then study. You focus your attention on a creature and perform insight plus insight check. Okay, so we kind of saw all this. A player character may only study the same creature once after you've made the check. That's what you have managed to understand. You will have to learn the rest to trial and error. Oh, cool. And then enemy traits. In Fabula Ultima, adversaries have traits just like player characters do. If you play as the game master, take these into account when establishing the difficulty level for checks or assigning the situational modifiers. For instance, if a player character wields a fire-infused weapon and attempts to intimidate the enemy with the Afraid of Fire trait, the difficulty level of the check should be lowered. The previous conflict featured simplified enemy profiles which did not include traits. In the following scene, enemies will instead have traits, just like in the full game. Scene 8, the final battle. Hydrate. Game Master, address the rest of the group and read aloud. You make your way through the ruins at the bottom of the crater and towards the large dome-shaped building. From up close, you can see it is made from stone and brass, streaked by vertical gaps glowing with purple light. It resembles an engine more than it does a building. Upon entering, you see the inside consists of a single circular room, its roof supported by a massive central pillar covered in arcane symbols. Judging by the scraps scattered on the ground, the pillar was originally encased in brass. Its lower section has been smashed by a powerful impact. Standing near the pillar is a tall woman, her gray hair tied in a single braid. Her left hand grips a long, ivory-white spear. Her right hand holds an item that resembles a large pocket watch. Moving slowly towards you, as if to protect her, is a massive warrior in onyx black Magitech armor. The woman turns to look at you, a sad expression on her face. If Cassandra is present, she will recognize the woman as her mentor, Desdemona. If Levine is present, the black Magitech armor worn by the imposing warrior will remind her of Armorican craftsmanship combined with Elonian Magitech science. I'd have preferred to take the compass of the beyond and avoid unnecessary violence, sighs the woman. My name is Desdemona Perseus. I wish we could have met under different circumstances. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to live after you see my brother and I here. If Cassandra is present, Desdemona will look at her and add, why are you here? Please don't make me choose between you and my family, not when I can finally be reunited with Tristan. Leave, Cassandra. Forget you ever saw me here, and I will not take your life. It's Magitech armor. It's power armor. Look, the Space Marines, except they're fantasy Marines. The final conflict of this scenario is about to begin. The player characters are facing Desdemona Perseus and her brother Tristan, whose spirit has been brought back from the dead and is trapped inside a powerful Magitech body. To the Game Master. Read the new rules, villains and ultima points, elite enemies and 0 hit points together with the players. Then take a few minutes for yourself and read the information on Desdemona and Tristan starting on page 44. Meanwhile, the group can discuss goals and possible strategies for the conflict. If you're the Game Master, never be afraid to call for short breaks when you have to come up with a good reaction to the player character's choices or to review your notes about the game. Once you're all ready, perform the initiative group check. In this case, the difficulty level for the leader's check will be 13, and begin the conflict. At this point, you and the players are free to take the scenario in whatever direction you wish. This is now your story. Excellent. So let's read up on villains and ultima points. So this is the part of the knowledge that both you and the players should know. Villains and ultima points. Desdemona and Tristan are both villains, formidable adversaries that act as a counterpoint to the player characters. A good villain is always connected in some way to one or more player characters. For instance, Desdemona is a person from Cassandra's past, and Tristan is relevant to both Levine and Edgar due to his magic armor crafted from Armorican metal. In Fabula Ultima, players will create characters with heroic goals and motivations, and the Game Master will create villains who negate or subvert those very same goals and motivations. The clash between conflicting visions is the true heart of this game. Just like the heroes have Fabula points, villains have a resource of their own called Ultima points. After performing a check, if the villain didn't roll a fumble, they may spend one Ultima point to invoke one of their traits and re-roll one or both dice and use a new result. During a conflict scene, a villain may use an action and spend one Ultima point to instantly recover from all status effects and regain 50 mind points. You think you've won? That was merely a scratch. Dope. A villain may spend one Ultima point to leave the scene safely, preventing anyone from interfering with their escape. They can also do this upon being reduced to 0 hit points. In classic JRPG style, you beat the villain. The first time you fight them, right? As soon as they get to half their life, they're like, you're powerful, but not powerful enough. And then, spend an Ultima point and they escape. Or whatever. Cool. Love it. Ultima points are powerful, but villains cannot recharge them, and a villain with no Ultima points becomes just like any other non-player character. So keep that in mind. Villains can be major, minor, or supreme. Both Desdemona and Tristan are minor villains, which means they have 5 Ultima points each. Even a minor one still has 5 Ultima points. Yep, there they are. We got some cool art. Kind of dig it. Desdemona and Tristan are both elite enemies. Basically, each of them counts as 2 normal enemies of the same level. Elite enemies have twice as many hit points as normal and perform 2 turns per conflict round. In this conflict, we suggest having Desdemona perform her turns before Tristan during each round. For instance, let's say there are 4 player characters and they manage to succeed on the initiative group check, then the order during each round would be PC Desdemona, PC Desdemona, PC Tristan, PC Tristan. In the interest of game balance, if there are only 3 player characters in the group, we suggest you only have Desdemona be an elite enemy. Take your time. The battle against Desdemona and Tristan can be quite challenging for both the players and the Game Master. This is your first contact with the full Fabula Ultima experience, after all. Our advice is to be patient and take your time to strategize, discuss actions and effects, and figure out how things work. Once you're comfortable, start experimenting. Use Fabula points in creative ways, add epic descriptions, and bring out each character's personality. 0 hit points. During the scene, you will be using the full rules for falling to 0 hit points. Non-player characters. If a non-player character falls to 0 hit points, their fate is decided by whoever dealt the final blow. They might flee, be captured, or die. Villains with at least 1 Ultima point will almost always spend it to safely leave the scene, usually cursing the heroes and plotting revenge. The Game Master can find suggestions on what to do when Desdemona or Tristan falls to 0 hit points on page 47. Player characters. If the player character falls to 0 hit points, they may surrender or sacrifice themselves. Surrender. The character loses consciousness, receives 2 Fabula points, and suffers a narrative consequence imposed by the Game Master. See sample consequences of surrendering below. The consequences might be tied to the current conflict or something completely unrelated. Suffice it to say, the world got a bit worse because a hero accepted defeat. A character who surrenders cannot be killed and will awaken at the start of the next scene they are part of with an amount of hit points equal to half their maximum. Or you can choose to sacrifice. The character loses their life, but achieves a major victory within the scene. The player and the Game Master narrate this epic moment together. We encourage you to go overboard with your description because the character will be permanently lost after this scene. They willingly gave up their life and cannot be brought back from the dead. Which again, very JRPG, very, very JRPG coded. Cool. Dig it. Love it. No complaints there. Sample consequences of surrender. Surrender is probably going to be what your characters do 99% of the time, if they get taken down to 0. But I do like that the consequences, and here's the interesting part, because we see this stuff here. It's not necessarily a consequence direct to your character, right? So it's not necessarily, you have a scar or you have a an effect on you. Although those are also options, like we can see here. Something or someone the character holds dear is lost, stolen, or severely damaged. The character is separated from the group, captured, stranded on a desolate island, dragged away by a monster, and so on. The character erases their current theme and replaces it with anger, doubt, guilt, or vengeance. So you get your anti-hero arc. The character erases one of their bonds, replaces it with a bond towards the character chosen by the game master, and the bond starts with one emotion: hatred, inferiority, or mistrust. Or an enemy gets to make a major move. A village is conquered, a precious artifact is taken, a terrible ritual is completed, the seal to an ancient evil is broken, and so on. Cool. I like that it's a narrative consequence. So you can, your player can angst out about it as they would in a JRPG. When in a JRPG early on, or even during the middle to late phase, where your heroes get knocked down, the villains are like at the top of the world, and you're the ultimate underdogs, right? Because that's kind of how the narrative arcs go, right? They start sort of here, and then they start climbing up. Your hero gets more powerful. They think they're pretty powerful. Then they meet a couple of challenges and have some bumps, but keep rising. And then at one point they're going to be fairly high. They're going to meet a very large challenge, and they're going to fail. They're going to fail hard, and they're going to fall down. They're going to, and at that point, that's the point that you were taken out in combat. You were defeated by the enemy, and maybe, again, your story-wise, your character recovers. You're back to fight in the next scene. But while you were out, your village is destroyed, or they managed to finish taking the city, or whatever. So now we enter that sort of darker phase of the game, etc., etc. Love it. All right, so the next part is DM guidance. So this part is technically, if anybody watching this stream ever wants to be a player in this and doesn't want spoilers, not even though most of this has been spoilers already, but the rest of this is like straight up DM only information. I'm gonna look at it on stream because I want to see how it presents it for us here. But fair warning to anyone watching, spoilers ahead. Secret information, Game Master only. Running the scene. In its essence, the scene is a boss fight. The heroes confront powerful antagonists and must work together in order to emerge victorious. Contrary to what happens in a typical video game, however, Fabula Ultima allows for a variety of creative approaches to the scene, and the story will go on even if the group is defeated. There is no game over screen. You will live on with the consequences of your failures. As the Game Master, use these 4 pages as reference when running the scene, but do not hesitate to make these characters yours and put your own spin on the story. So for Desdemona and Tristan, the basic concept for this pair of villains is that after Tristan's death, Desdemona desperately tried to find a way to bring him back to life. Recognizing her skill in battle, the Elonian Empire offered to help. They used Magitech science to trap Tristan's soul inside a colossal armor which could only be created from Armorican metal. Tristan is unable to speak, and his armor is empty. His spirit is bound to the metal itself. Afterwards, Desdemona heard of an artifact known as the Compass of the Beyond, seemingly capable of linking the world of the living with the world of souls, and rumored to have been lost during the fall of Megiddo, which earlier on we did identify the city of Megiddo is the crater that our players are in is the city of Megiddo. So thus she convinced Alonia to make a move against Genova. When the heroes arrive on the scene, the compass has already been forcefully extracted from inside the great pillar at the center of the room. Desdemona plans to use the artifact to navigate the afterlife and fully resurrect Tristan. Fearing that Alonia would take the compass from her, Desdemona must make sure no one knows she has it. Unfortunately, the player characters already do. Everything else about these 2 characters is yours to invent. So we've got Cassandra's choices. Okay, so what a little bit for the player characters, and now the stats and all that. And we will look at all of that. I think you all know what's coming. We'll look at all of that when we get back from the ads, because it is that time. I'm getting the little pop-up here. So let's go ahead and just take care of the ads. Stretch your legs, get some water. We'll be back in 3 minutes. or at least I would. Did this delete my hotkeys again? You piece. You evil thing. Did you delete my... Are you not connected? What's going on here? Did you delete my... Yes! Oh my god! It deletes my hotkeys each time. This is really annoying. Okay, let me fix this one. Let me fix this hotkey quick. Ah, wow. Okay, this is really annoying. Why does StreamerBot delete my hotkeys on every time I open it up? That is a problem. That is a real problem, which I will fix during the break. But until then, we'll be right back. Hey, folks, sorry about that. Sorry about the delay. I got distracted. Got distracted. Here, I'm going to show you what distracted me. It's this this here. I'm trying to go to the actual. Oh, did it open? No, no, it timed out. God damn it. Let's try it again. But anyway, this has distracted me. We'll get back to the game properly, but the idea of this, what the fuck? So, are you at all, dear chat, familiar with the concept of the comic book "Kill 6 billion demons"? It has some hints to that. No good deed, bleed 10,000 hit points where you lose one hit point every second of real time, but also it is shared. So your group, your whole party, has the total of 10,000 hit points. Uh, you just every second that passes goes down one hit point, which is how much? Wait, calculator. So if we do 10,000, we divided by 6t. Yeah, 60, because every 60 is every 60 seconds, 1 minute. Yeah, okay. So that's 166.6666 ongoing minutes, which divided by 60 again is just a little over 2.5 hours, 2.77 repeating hours maximum of the game if you just sit there and do nothing. Presumably, the more hit points, the more things you do, the more damage you take, the more things that hurt you, more hit points go down. Also, very curious how you take into account, like, since they're going down so quickly, one every second. Um, yeah, I guess the calculation, like applying the calculations on that would be a little tricky. This is very much a experimental. They're very clear on that experimental open beta style tabletop RPG. But I do love it. The idea is wild. The concept of this is absolutely wild. Why did I not give it? Give it a like. We'll give it a repost. Actually, I'll give it a repost. I do want to comment on it later. If I ever get the thing that it no. Wow, it's just itch is down. It's itch down. Okay, there we go. Finally came up. Download now. 3 to 6 players. 3 hours a timer. Something to take notes with. You might need paper doll cutout, puzzle cube. Depending on the playbook you choose, sphere, deck of 50, swinging tops, ice cubes, candles, something like that. Falling lock tower. First playable version. I've not tested it at all yet. Same. I'm making this plain text version of the rules available so you can check out the game, leave some feedback so you can run your own play test. I'll be running my own test when I get the chance. But in Florida, so you can, yeah. Okay, now what deed, bless, diceless, GMless tabletop role playing game where you and your friends share a pool of 10,000 hit points, and every second of real time that passes, you take one damage. Each playbook is its own mini game, many of which use a unique object for interacting with the world. Some spend hit points, some restore them, with sensibility and mechanics inspired by Troika and Wanderhome, respectively. This bizarre sandbox game truly begins once you accept that time is always running out. Thank you for your time. I do not take it for granted. I want to I mean, yeah, let me grab this. We're gonna go back. Yeah, no, take $1. Sure, why not? Wait, before I do any kind of payment thing, I'm not gonna do that live. While you're all looking at my window, let me go back and change over to Ultima. But yeah, I will toss $1 at them for that, even if it's an open beta and whatnot, because I mean, yeah. I'll grab that. We'll take a look at it like on a Friday or something. But I'm real curious to see what's there already. Because that's a wild idea. Probably, I mean, not probably, potentially, potentially downright, just unplayable. Who knows? But I guess we'll find out. Just toss them $1. I thought I was already logged into friggin'. Give me a second. Bear with me, folks. There we go. Got the code. Nope. There we go. I have thrown a coin at our Witcher to get that PDF, and we'll look at that later. But again, that got my attention. That definitely, weirdly enough, or rather weird enough to, oh boy, time out, don't time out. Is HIO going to time out again? Anyway, we'll let that happen because PayPal already charged their dollar. All right, let's see. So going back to Fabula Ultima and the actual topic of the stream. So Cassandra's choice. So if Cassandra's present, Desdemona will initially try to convince her to leave. Then perhaps even attempt to win her over to her side. Okay, it went. Okay, let me log in. Oh, I wasn't logged into Twitch. That's a problem. Let's go ahead and log in there real quick. I'm not a robot. Oh my god, why is this a thing? Why do I always have so much trouble logging into itch? All right, fine. I'll deal with that during the next break. Come on. Let me try. Let me just log in. There was an error with your request. Fuck you and your errors. No. Oh my god. Did I just download this? Download. Let me download it before I fucking lose it here. Sorry. Itch is being, I don't know what's going on with Itch today. Let me save this before it fucking craps out on me. And let me just create a folder for that. No good. Deed. And put it in that folder, please. Thank you. All right, we'll look at that later. Boom, done. Okay, we got the PDF. Let's get back to the actual stream time. So Cassandra destroys, Cassandra's not swayed. Someone will fight against her normally. If Cassandra decides to leave, she should keep the player involved in the scene. One of you might control Desdemona and the other might control Tristan, for instance. Or if Cassandra decides to betray the group and join Desdemona's side, she will still be controlled by the player for the rest of the battle, which will likely end with the hero's defeat. Then Cassandra will become a non-player character and leave the group. One of Fabula Ultima's main tenets is that player characters are expected to do the right thing and act like heroes. If they betray the group, they simply aren't player characters anymore. The player will create and play a new hero, and their previous character will become an NPC under the game master's control. This would make for an interesting villain. So most games kind of go out of their way like to sort of be as neutral as possible. Like, yeah, we're telling like heroic fantasy or whatever, but you know, if you want to play an evil character, then you know, here's 20,000 splat books. We're going to just shove the 20,000 splat books on how to be just the evil shadow, evil character. Here you go. I know you love that shit. Dude, suck it up. All the edgy slop for you little edgelords. Eat it up. I kid. Look, I love me some edgelord shit as much as the next guy. But point is, a lot of games like will pay a little bit of lip service to like you're playing heroes, but also, you know, here's all your slop. This one, they're like, hey, no, like we are doing a JRPG thing. Have you ever played a JRPG? Like, you know, yes, there are exceptions, but for the bulk of it, the kinds of games that they're trying to emulate here, you're playing heroes, you're playing plucky heroes, you're playing underdogs, you're playing you know, people who are, you know, fighting against evil, etc., etc., etc. Right? So yeah, I like that it's basically said like, no, like you're playing heroes. If your character becomes a villain, cool, gimme my character now as a GM. Make a hero, goddammit. Reasoning with Desdemona. Negotiating a truce with Desdemona is only possible if the group offers to let her leave with the compass and never reveals they saw her and Tristan here. Still, reaching this compromise should be a 10-section clock with a typical difficulty level of 13. Or surrender and defeat. If a player character falls to 0 hit points and surrenders during the scene, follow the advice on page 43. Levine's team might become anger now that she has witnessed Alonia stealing Armoricus metal for his experiments. Cassandra might develop a bond of hatred or at the very least mistrust toward Desdemona, and so on. Above all else, choose dramatic consequences that allow the characters to grow and become more complex. If the entire group is defeated, the last attack hits the central pillar and the dome begins to crumble. Desdemona and Tristan take the compass and leave, believing the player characters will be crushed during the collapse. You should then ask the player characters to describe how they managed to escape the building before it's too late. No checks required, they've already lost enough. And then we've got the stats. So these are not, this is what it looks like for a full character, right? They've got traits because they have those Ultima points. So they can spend Ultima points around their traits for things. So I am agile, determined, sorrowful, or veteran warrior. Level 10 humanoid. Just to kind of go back up, our characters are effectively they don't have levels really, right? So our characters, interesting actually, now that I think about it, right? I don't see, I mean, we'll see once we get to the full game, but I am wondering in terms of growth, how does that work? Is it level based? I'm guessing, probably, since everything else is based on levels. Like the monsters that we fought earlier, right? Level 5 constructs, level 5 monsters. So these are level 10 rather, villains. And humanoids and construct. Yeah, there we go. And then dexterity D8, 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 D8s all across the board, 120. They have twice as many hit points and twice as many mind points. Defense is decent. Much higher defense on the Tristan because he's a construct. Clad in magic armor, eerie, imposing, voiceless. He's also stronger but dumber. And then their attacks, Heart Piercer, melee, Dex plus Might 4, high roll plus 12 physical, damage caused by this attack ignores resistances, Spirit Piercer, ranged air damage, and the target of this attack loses 5 mind points, then Desdemona regains 5 mind points. Ventus, offensive spell, target up to 3 creatures, cost 10 MP per card. So again, I like this, all contained in one little suit. This is kind of like what I was, in terms of what sorry, folks. In terms of like an enemy block looks like, this is kind of what I'm aiming for with my own game a little. In terms of like, that's what an enemy... I mean, my stat blocks have even less stuff because they don't have really stats. It's just like level, type of enemy, not even hit points or anything, just because of the way combat. And then just, here's your tricks. Here's the things that enemy can do. And that's basically it. It's all contained in that one block. It's kind of what I'm going for there. Tristan Perseus, and there's his attacks, Ground Shaker melee, earth damage, special rules, magic counter. If a player character casts a spell, Tristan automatically performs Iron Gauntlet against that character. This attack takes place after the effects of the spell have been fully resolved. If this attack hits, it deals exactly 10 physical damage, treat the AHR as being equal to 0. So again, very JRPG. Like we've all seen those enemies that have that one thing. It's like, oh yeah, no, if you use magic in this fight, then this enemy automatically like does a hit on you. Like, yeah, we've seen that. Enemy tactics. The Desdemona should cast Ventus on as many targets as possible during her first turn in each round. During her second turn, she uses Heart Piercer or Spirit Piercer on a random target if low on mind points. She will use Spirit Piercer instead of Ventus during her first turn in the round, or use that action to spend 1 Ultima point, recover from all status effects, and regain 50 mind points. Tristan should perform Iron Gauntlet against a random target during his first turn in each round, then use his second turn to perform Ground Shaker against 2 random targets. I would love to have enemies this simple, but I haven't been able to swing it. Yeah. I mean, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, especially if you want to be able to have enemies that are different enough. That the only difference between your enemies isn't like the number of hit points and the damage on their attacks, right? And then both Desdemona and Tristan will keep at least 1 Ultima point to leave the scene safely. Twists. A good boss fight always features a few twists. When Tristan falls to 0 hit points, if a character reduces Tristan to 0 hit points, have the player describe the fate of his magic armor. Is it destroyed, sliced in two, simply deactivated? Then, Tristan will spend 1 Ultima point to save himself. His soul will rise from the remains of the armor and dive towards Desdemona, who will catch it inside the compass of the beyond. If Desdemona no longer has the compass, for example, if the heroes took it by completing a clock, Tristan will avoid defeat, but his soul will disperse into the air, perhaps to return later during your adventures. Desdemona will be very unhappy. When Desdemona falls to 60 hit points or less, at this point, so again, 50% hit points, this point Desdemona will leap on top of Tristan and enter his armor. Tristan's fist will grab Desdemona's spear, and the two will now fight as one. The battle continues normally, but Desdemona cannot be targeted by attacks, spells, or skills until Tristan is reduced to 0 hit points, at which point she will exit the armor and catch Tristan's soul inside the compass as described above. When Desdemona falls to 0 hit points, if Desdemona is reduced to 0 hit points, she will be immediately spend 1 Ultima point to smash the pillar in the middle of the room and use the collapse to cover her escape. Scene 9. Conclusion. Game Master and players, you have reached the conclusion of this tutorial scenario. You should narrate this final scene together. When we see your heroes rising from what's left of the building, what are they doing? What have they lost? Who is helping who? What emotions can we see in their eyes? Treat this like the closing scene of the pilot episode for an anime series. It should evoke a feeling of adventure, hope, and expectation towards the future, but also foreshadow a new threat. For instance, the Game Master could describe the clear sky above the crater where a fleet of Alonian airships can be seen flying towards Denova, or perhaps some ancient terrible creature stirring within the depths of the ruins. After all, it's always cool to end play session with a cliffhanger. This is a good time to end the PlayStation and maybe chat a bit about the game. Needless to say, your story doesn't have to end here. What will the heroes do now? Will they chase after Desdemona, or will they return to Denova? How did the recent experiences affect each player character? How will their identity, theme, and bonds change after today? Will the Empire make a move against the Kingdom? What will it take to repair Leon's airship? Will the group find Olivia with him? What kind of creatures still lurk within the crater, and will they remain there? If you want to keep playing with these characters and see where their story goes, you can download a free PDF packed with advice and ideas at fabulaultima.com. Cool. So about the full experience. In order to teach you the rules, the story will include pre-made characters, a partially predetermined world, and a largely linear story. Once the core book for Fabula Ultima is in your hands, the players and the Game Master can take all these aspects into their hands and create a unique experience together. So, what's different? How does it work? Well, here are a few highlights. So we'll see this shortly when we open up the full book. But your world, you will create a fantastic world together. Places like Denova, the crater, or the Empire will be something you invent at your table, placing them on a shared map. You will define the world's major historical moments and threats, providing the seeds that will then blossom into your adventures. Then, session after session, your world will grow, and its map will become rich with interesting and dangerous locations. Your characters. Players will each design a heroic character, define that character's traits and bonds, and choose a custom list of powerful abilities that give them a unique playstyle. The Game Master will create powerful villains whose desires and machinations threaten the entire world, enemies who act as a dark mirror to the hero's hopes and beliefs. Your story. Player characters drive the story forward, scene after scene, setting their goals and facing the obstacles on their path together. The Game Master will react to the player character's choices and introduce enemies and obstacles that keep the pressure high and prevent the group from easily achieving their goals. Growth and change. Above all, the full game will allow you to level up your characters and see them grow more powerful and complex. Good. I'm curious about leveling up. At the same time, they will have to risk more and more of what they hold dear in order to make the world a better place. The cycle of growth and transformation, victory and defeat, is the true heart of Fabula Ultima. Embrace it and your story will be unforgettable. Whoops, too far. And then quick rules references. Look! Most games can't do this on their main book, and these guys in the tutorial give you a quick reference, like, just an index at the very least. Very cool. Your story, your world, make your choice. Fight for what you believe in. All right, let's switch over to, I'm going to try and open up the menu. Here we go. Open recent. Here we go. Fabula Ultima. Okay, wait, let me close that. And let me tell OBS. Oh, no, it already did it. Cool, cool. Good work, OBS. Good work. Okay, so this is the game. That was the game. Pretty solid. Again, nothing crazy. There was nothing that we've seen so far that made me think, oh, this is going to be really complicated to run or anything. In terms of just the day-to-day running of the game, yeah, this seems very doable, very manageable. So let's now take a bit of a closer look. I think we're not gonna I mean, this is still a deep dive, but because we learned enough through the tutorial, I'm going to just try and focus only on the parts that are new. So I'm going to skip a lot of the stuff like what is a role-playing game, the basics of play, and a lot of like, oh, you're going to create what the game is about, because by now we kind of know. I do like that it's not even a tabletop, it's Table Talk JRPG. Evoking the feeling stories that can typically be found in classic console Japanese role-playing games, etc., etc. Heroic Destiny. Okay, actually, wait, we hadn't seen this before, so let's actually read this one, because it's that guidance, it's the vibe of the game that it wants us to see, right? Solid gameplay, not overbaked, with the world it seems like it could be. Right. So it seems like it's like fairly straightforward. There's nothing too crazy, but still flexible enough. I'm hoping. So let's see. What is this game about? There are many role-playing games in the world, and we play them for different reasons. Many make us feel like heroes. Some have us embroiled in dark investigations and tragic tales. Others will challenge our skills and tactical mindset. And others make us reflect on heavy and important topics. Fabula Ultima was designed to be a tabletop talk JRPG, evoking the feel and stories that can typically be found in classic console Japanese role-playing video games. Heroic and fantastic action. In line with the genre that inspired it, this game doesn't concern itself with realism or verisimilitude. Instead, it deliberately embraces a lighthearted, bizarre, and video gamey feel, both in its tone and its mechanics, and we definitely saw that with the mechanics. A game of heroes and villains. This is a game about larger-than-life heroes and their tragic antagonists. There is no predetermined plot, scenario, or adventure. The hero's actions, motivations, and objectives will drive the story forward, while the game master reacts to their choices and places obstacles on their path, often in the form of powerful villains with their own devious agendas, which will change time and time again as the protagonists manage or fail to thwart their plans. Heroic Destiny. The heroes of Fabula Ultima are destined to accomplish great deeds, and they will only meet their end when the person who plays them deems it appropriate. That said, the price of defeat will often prove steeper than death. A major part of this game will be discovering how your heroes rise from their failures and learn to work together in order to accomplish what they could never do on their own. I like that sort of guidance for the theme there. Challenging battles. Combat in Fabula Ultima is reminiscent of the console games that inspired it. Each character will have a few tricks up their sleeve, and only by properly combining clever tactics and coordinating with your allies will you emerge victorious, especially when fighting against bosses. Your world. Fabula Ultima has no default or canonical world, and that's on purpose. Your group will collaboratively create a custom world in which your tales will take place. That said, the world and characters you create must adhere to the 8 core principles, known as the 8 pillars, which you can find on the next page. On the other hand, if you're not familiar with the classic tropes of Japanese console role-playing games, you can find a useful collection of inspirational worlds starting on page 16, which we'll also see shortly. But let's look at those 8 pillars, because this seems fairly important. The world in which your adventures will take place is not predetermined. Its cities, kingdoms, deities, and cultures are something your group will create. Take a look at world creation on page 148. This fantastic land will grow organically as you explore and travel across it, adding new details and unraveling ancient mysteries. What ties all Fabula Ultima worlds together are the 8 pillars. Ancient ruins and harsh lands. The world is an ancient and dangerous place. Cities and villages are separated by vast plains, scorching deserts, frozen peaks, and impenetrable forests. The land is dotted with crumbling fortresses and shrines devoted to deities whose names have been lost to time. Past civilizations and ages of darkness have left behind a world of powerful artifacts and cryptic legends, as well as magical and often dangerous places. A world in peril. Villages, castles, and city states are among the few areas that aren't literally crawling with monsters, brigands, and hostile creatures. Far more dangerous still are villains, powerful antagonists, casting their shadow over the entire land. Oh, sorry, just checking something here. There we go. Where'd I go? Cruel sorcerers, evil gods seeking reincarnation, power-hungry emperors, perhaps even alien entities. There's a single, unspeakable terror behind the dangers of the world, and our heroes are bound to cross its path sooner or later. Clashing communities. The world may be in danger, but its inhabitants are still divided by ancient grudges, religious schisms, memories of war crimes, and the conflict between magic and science are among the most common causes of enmity. Reuniting with these communities will be key to defeating the great evils of the world. The protagonists should help them overcome their hostilities and see their differences as blessings instead of obstacles. Everything has a soul. All matter that forms the world, including its creatures, the earth, sky, sun, and stars, are part of a vast flow of spiritual energy. The origin, nature, and function of this energy may vary depending on the world you create, but its presence is undeniable, and anyone possessing the ability to manipulate it, be it through magic or science, is a force to be reckoned with. Magic and technology. In every Fabula Ultima world, science and magic represent two different ways of studying and manipulating reality. One concerns itself with the tangible nature of matter, the other with the souls that dwell within it, two sides of the same coin. Miraculous machinery might be hidden beneath the ruins of an ancient civilization, and even the most powerful wizards will often make use of vehicles and airships. Many of these worlds feature an unusual discipline that combines magic and technology into magitech, metal soldiers animated by the souls of the fallen, bombs that can unleash elemental mayhem, and flying machines fueled by wind spirits are only a few examples of what can be created by this hybrid craft. Heroes of many sizes and shapes. Fabula Ultima's protagonists are full-fledged heroes, extraordinary individuals that possess unique abilities and whose actions will shape the fate of the world. While some may not be noble paladins or virtuous paragons of justice, even the thieves and dark knights among them have a fundamentally good nature and can be trusted to do the right thing when the situation gets desperate. In line with the video game genre Fabula Ultima draws inspiration from, our heroes do not follow any rule of realism, be they children with incredible magical powers or elderly warriors able to single-handedly challenge an entire army. All that matters is their strength of spirit. It's all about the heroes. Any relevant event in a game of Fabula Ultima is tied to the heroes, either directly or indirectly. Dramatic plot twists shall happen when the protagonists are present on the scene, and the great powers and evils of the world shall pay them special attention. Following the same logic, the hero's determination will allow them to achieve the impossible, such as defeating an empire or sealing away a powerful deity. Mystery, discovery, and growth. This game is built upon discovery, or of ancient mysteries and forgotten powers, yes, but most of all, of the heroes themselves, of their feelings, and of what they are willing to do in order to fight against darkness. Fabula Ultima's protagonists are complex and sometimes tragic figures, and their journey will change them forever. Cool. So your world could be, so these are the sample worlds that they give us. They give us three sort of general themes: high fantasy, natural fantasy, and techno fantasy. So let's see. Let's look at high fantasy first. Actually, folks, not an ad break. I'm going to take a very quick bio break, so I'll be right back. I'm going to throw you all to the be right back screen, but don't worry, not ads, and I'll be back in a minute. All right, be right back. Hey, Potato, welcome in. Hey, sorry, I was taking a very quick bio break. Good note. Like I said, I had to rebuild that. Let me actually, you know what? Let me go to that screen real quick and actually adjust. You're gonna see it live. You're gonna see it live. I'm gonna adjust. I'm gonna adjust that. Let me. Oh wait. Okay, I have to do the whole thing. So, be right back yet again. Right, that's much better. That's much better. Anyway, I'm back now. Sorry, had to take a quick, very quick bio break, and also wanted to grab some cheese. God, felt the need for cheese. Felt the need for cheese. Anyway, welcome in, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope the new year is treating you well. I'm gonna eat some cheese. Wow. And look at the three genres. Hmm. Actually, give me a second. Let me just eat the cheese instead of chewing into the mic. How about that? How about that? Let me kind of mute my mic so you don't hear me chewing. If you want that, I'll set up an OnlyFans so you can pay me for that there. Only cheese. Only feta. Anyway, welcome in. We continue looking at Fabula Ultima. So your world could be high fantasy. So again, the three options gives us high fantasy, natural fantasy, and techno fantasy. In a high fantasy world, great castles whose crystal spires reach the sky, fleets of ornate airships emerging from the clouds, vast stretches of enchanted forests, and ancient, sprawling ruins brimming with magical golems and powerful artifacts. A high fantasy world is an ageless classic and the perfect fit for your Fabula Ultima story. High fantasy themes and protagonists. High fantasy stories often revolve around themes such as hope, friendship, and fighting together against supernatural and world ending threats. Their protagonists often come from many different backgrounds. The princess who lost her kingdom to the antagonist's army, the veteran soldier who pledged to protect the people with her life, the young, inexperienced hero from a remote village. The dashing sky pirate with a heart of gold, the old wizard mentor who spent his life searching for a legendary spell, the dark knight seeking redemption for his crimes. Together, they must overcome their differences and disagreements, forging strong bonds that will allow them to save the world from a terrible fate. High fantasy locations. Every location in a high fantasy world has some magical element to it. A floating castle inside a volcano, a silver palace orbiting the moon, a forest populated by fairies and natural spirits, a great tower built to reach the gods and destroyed over a single night as a form of divine punishment. Everything is bizarre and wondrous. High fantasy magic. Magic is abundant, omnipresent, and employed in a variety of ways and by a variety of people, from powerful court wizards to traveling healers. Golems, airships, and elementally infused weapons are a common sight. However, the most ancient and world-altering rituals have been lost to time, hidden within sunken ruins or guarded by centuries-old monsters. High fantasy antagonists. In a high fantasy world, antagonists are larger than life figures with armies and incredible magic at their disposal. Each of them is a dark and twisted reflection of one or more of the protagonists. They are shadows that must be confronted for the heroes to grow and eventually triumph. Towards the end of the story, driven into a corner by the protagonist's actions, high fantasy villains often resort to extreme measures and transform into divine or demonic entities that defy space and time. So again, the classic JRPG, fight and dethrone God. Yeah, down for it. Okay, so if we're going to go now for the next option, your world could instead be natural fantasy. Floating amidst the lush expanse of verdant forests, snow-capped mountains, and crystal-clear lakes, small villages slumber peacefully, coexisting with the beasts and elemental forces of the wilderness. Underneath it all lie the ruins of mysterious past civilizations that once ruled this world of natural fantasy. So this kind of world, this kind of setting is much closer to the setting that I'm looking at this and I'm going like, man, should Seeker's Call, instead of making a game, should I just run Seeker's Call as, as this, as Fabula Ultima? Because the world that I am working on is basically natural fantasy. But then when you get closer to, the closer you get to the city, then it becomes high fantasy, and then the city itself, the quote unquote last library that lies within it, is more of a techno fantasy. So it's actually got sort of all three, just depending on the area of the world, and in a way, depending on the game you're playing, because you're playing Hometown Heroes is definitely very much natural fantasy, whereas Seeker's Call starts taking some steps towards high fantasy. And then if I ever get around to writing Last Library itself, although I'm still not sure if there's 2 more games or 1 more game, if that I'm going to make. But either way, then we'll get into the wild stuff with techno fantasy in that world. Nothing wrong with letting someone else handle the mechanics and voicing more story. True. I also saw somebody on, what was it? Oh, I think it was PB's stream, right, where we were looking at one of the games, at a game that they had they kickstarted a while ago and whatnot, and we I almost feel a little bad because we did kind of bully PB into telling us what game it was, but then once we got started, oh boy, there was so much to criticize with how that game was laid out and everything. And one of the criticisms that we eventually sort of came up on was, hey, clearly you just wanted to write a book. You wanted to write a fantasy world, and you wanted to you created a fantasy universe. Go write the novels that you clearly want to write in that fantasy world. Stop. Don't write a tabletop RPG in your fantasy world if what you actually want to do is write novels in that fantasy world, basically. And I will admit I felt a little attacked. Not on the stream, just in general, at the consequences. Man, is that what I really want? But at the same time, no, I really do, because I like the systems that I'm doing. I'm trying to do something with that game. I don't know what I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to do something. So, I'm not sure. I don't think I fall in that. But at the same time, definitely, this is just going to be inspiration. That's what you do. You use these ideas as inspiration, and that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, back to natural fantasy and what Fabula Ultima presents us there. Tales of natural fantasy often revolve around, one can always do both. Lots of great fiction out there in RPGs. True. Am I going to do both? Probably not. Look, at this... Okay, Dan. Because I was about to say something that is patently not true, which was that I think it's too late for me to ever write a novel. Not true. There are best-selling authors that didn't write their first novel till after 50. A few of them, but they're out there, right? So it's entirely possible. Never say never, right? But at the same time, I've tried to write so many times. It's not like, oh, I never tried, and then in my late 40s, I discovered that I actually have a passion for writing. I don't, dude. I've been trying to write, the great American novel, since I was in my teenage years, and no, I'm fairly confident that I will probably never write a full novel. I don't think it's in me after all. But I am far more confident that I can write a good tabletop RPG and a good world. I can do good world building. I don't know if I can do good writing. And that's I think the problem. Like I've tried. I mean, I'm not saying I'm never gonna try again, and again, never say never, but I'm am I a failed or frustrated author? A little bit, but not married to the concept. I may still write fiction, write a proper like novel or even a novelette or book or short fiction, but it's never come naturally to me. I've never been able to sit down and really write out a story like that. I can create worlds and create systems and create situations. Writing a story has so far eluded me. But also at the same time, again, so far being the operative word. See, Hells yeah, you can always pick up new skills. I'm just now getting into woodworking. I'm a fucking programmer. Don't go into it expecting to be Tolkien. Just go into it wanting to write for fun or maybe a bit further or run it as a game for an RPG group and then novel. Exactly. Who knows? Like, there are many ways to approach this. So not saying that nobody will ever be picking up the latest Dan Rodriguez bestseller at fucking Borders or whatever. But also never say never, right? Never say never. But that said, no, I am creating a game. I want to create a game. I like the game world and everything. Like I want to do that. I want people rather, I don't have a specific story that I want to tell. I have a world that I want to create and present and offer as a playground. And and also here's the toys, here's the rules for that playground. More than that, really. So tales of natural fantasy often roll around warmth and community, harmony with the nature and beasts, and the tragedy that befalls when the hearts of the people grow so dark that they twist and corrupt the very places they live in. Their protagonists are often very young and come from the same village. Hometown heroes. The daughter of the village chief, seeking to prove her worth, the apprentice blacksmith who saw a terrible creature in the forest, the young hermit who stumbled upon the entrance to a magical ruin, the witch who knows of a prophecy dating back to the ancestors, the wandering warrior who mistakenly angered a local spirit. Together they must mend the hearts of their community and confront those who stir sentiments of hatred and mistrust to prevent this darkness from corrupting the very balance of the world around them. Natural fantasy locations. In a natural fantasy world, every location and vista is deeply immersed in vibrant colors and populated by great beasts and monsters. There are no cities and roads, only small villages and narrow paths. But as our heroes venture into ruins or deep into the darkest forest, things change. These forbidden places are alien and magical, cold and terrifying. Things that were meant to be forgotten dwell there. Natural fantasy magic. Magic is strongly tied to nature, life, and the elements. Its traditions are largely oral, passed down from elder to apprentice and a mystery to most people. The magic found in the ruins, however, is cold and artificial, a remnant of an age of golems and machinery that defied and angered the forces of nature. Natural fantasy antagonists. In a natural fantasy world, antagonists tend to be disastrous calamities or ancient and powerful monsters. When the antagonist is a person, they are often misguided or acting for what they believed to be good for their community. Most of the time, they will see reason after the heroes thwart their plans. The true enemy, quote unquote, however, is generally something that cannot be reasoned with, such as the immortal embodiment of a natural disaster that will require great sacrifices to placate. And our third setting, your world could be techno-fantasy. Heavy rain falls from polluted clouds, clanking sounds over the brass and steel pipework spreading from one building to another. Casting its shadow over the rundown districts is a massive shape of an industrial chimney, the factory below draining energy and power from the depths of this techno-fantasy world. Themes and protagonists. Stories unfolding in a techno-fantasy world are often darker and more serious in tone. They revolve around the exploitation of natural resources, unchecked and ruthless scientific experimentation, and abuse of power from the wealthy elite. Their protagonists are often people fighting against injustice, the scarred hero who had everything taken from her by the elite, the last survivor from a line of magic users who sought harmony with the world, the former mercenary disgusted by his past actions, the failed experiment who was abandoned by their cold-hearted creator, the wealthy heir who realized her prosperity was built upon the ruins of others. Together, they engage a desperate struggle against those few who rule the world and the hearts of its people. Techno-fantasy locations. Techno-fantasy locations often take the form of a literal above and below, where the shining palaces of the wealthy steal the very sun from the vast majority of the people who struggle daily in the slums below. Outside the cities lies a barren world, drained of all life and beauty, turned gray by human greed. Techno-fantasy magic. In a techno-fantasy world, magic has largely been claimed by technology and turned into yet another source of power, wealth, and warfare supremacy. The stream of souls have been greatly wounded and corrupted, and the original ways of magic were forgotten, or, more likely, suppressed. Techno-fantasy antagonists. The antagonists of a techno-fantasy world should represent the darkness of modern society and the ruthlessness of industry and exploitation. Wealthy and influential, they simultaneously base their authority on brute military force and stolen magic or artifacts. But perhaps their most insidious quality is that many people still see them as ideal leaders and miraculously self-made saviors, and are willing to be exploited and oppressed every day in the vain hope of gaining their favor. Left unchecked, their egotistical ambitions will lead to magical cataclysms or full-scale war. So that one feels like it hits close to home here in the year of our Lord 2025. Game materials. Among the best quality role-playing games is that they generally do not require particularly expensive materials beyond the rulebook, and you already have that in your hands. To play the game, you will need the following: game sheets, character sheets, which we'll see later, group sheet, shared by all participants. It is used to keep track of the characters, creatures, and locations they have encountered. Also features a list of the consumable items you will often use during your travels, such as potions and antidotes. The world sheet is generally managed by the game master and used to record important information concerning your game world, kingdoms, powerful characters, historical events, and great mysteries yet unsolved. Finally, the map sheet features the map of your game world and is used to calculate travel distances and mark the position of important features such as cities, temples, and fortresses, and ruins. You start the game with only one map sheet, but might end up using more if you explore uncharted territories. If you have purchased this book, you probably already have a PDF version of each sheet. In case you don't, you can find them at fabulaultima.com. Paper, pencils, and erasers, blah blah. Tokens. Some characters will have special points at their disposal. Placeholder characters will have Fabula points, and villains will have Ultima points. You will need tokens of 2 different colors to represent these. Green and red plastic gemstones work great. The more tokens you have, the better. And then, of course, the dice, which in the demo we saw 6, 8, 10, and 12-sided dice, and apparently full game also has 20-siders. Hooray! These dice are sometimes mentioned in notations as roll 1d6 plus 1d10, which means you need to roll. Okay, so we already saw this is basic system. I'm going to skip some basic system stuff. So for the players need to read in this book. Read the intro. Hey, you're already doing that. Learn the game rules and familiarize yourself with world creation, group creation, character creation process in the press start chapter. You might want to steer clear of the bestiary chapter since your game master will likely pit you against some of the creatures contained within it. Spoilers. Gather the tools, create the game world. Together with everyone else, you will give birth to a fantastical setting populated by bizarre monsters, great mysteries, and powerful magic. See page 148. While doing so, you must adhere to the 8 pillars discussed on the previous pages, but aside from that, you are free to come up with whatever regions, characters, and legends you want. Choose an archetype for your group. Once you have created a game world for your story, you must choose the kind of group your characters will form. Will you be guardians of a miraculous artifact, revolutionaries fighting against a corrupt empire, or perhaps heroes who have been brought together by fate? Talk to your game master and with the other players and discuss the kind of story you all want to tell. Then, choose an appropriate group type. For more information on group types, see page 152. Then create your heroic character, cooperate with everyone else, contribute to the ongoing story, play as a hero, which we saw in the tutorial, that this game does have an opinion on whether you can play a good or evil character. That opinion is you are playing a good character. If your character goes evil, give it to the GM. That's now an NPC. Go back and make a goddamn hero, you frickin' edgelord. Play as a hero. The protagonists of both Fabula Ultima are heroes and adventurers, larger-than-life characters with unique abilities and an epic, sometimes tragic, destiny. When you play the game, keep this premise in mind. Act heroically. Don't back down from challenges and try to make the world a better place. Sometimes it will make sense for your character to do something you wouldn't. This is part of the beauty of role-playing games, allowing your character to lead you on this journey of discovery. So, live up to your character's things. Play to change and evolve. Your character should be far from an immutable entity. While their past may be complex and tragic, the way they will change and grow during play is far more important. Character evolution lies at the core of adventure. Embrace it. Then for the Game Master, that's us. Read the whole thing, gather the tools, follow the rules, learn the rules of the game, apply them as they are written, take part in world group and character creation, breathe life into the game world, stay true to the 8 pillars, breathe life into your villains, fun, cooperate with everyone else, play to find out what happens. So interesting. For the players, you are guided to play to change and evolve. Meanwhile, the GM gets the play to find out. Never force the player's hand. Make sure not to push them towards a specific event. Let their actions and objectives guide you instead. Resist the temptation to create a predetermined plot. Yeah, this is good. This is hard. Let the hero's choices and actions tell you what aspects of the story the players really care about. If you're used to other RPGs in which the game master controls the evolution of the story and prepares scenes ahead of time, let go of that when playing this game. Here, you must only weave situations around what the players decide to do and add details to the world as required by the circumstances. The game gives them plenty of tools to influence and shape the story, up to and including the ability to alter plot elements you had previously introduced. Embrace this creative flow. Ask questions, build on the answers. Move the action forward by asking questions to everyone else. What will you do now? Where can you find this information? How do you feel about what happened? Are you willing to risk your life for this? What will you tell your mother? Ask plenty of questions and build on the player's answers. And finally, look for inspiration. Stories, ideas, pictures, characters, music, and maps. Make sure to take advantage of all possible sources of inspiration. And then we're going to go into the game rules proper. But before we do that, I just got the little pop-up that says it is time to go check out some ads. Welcome to the techno-magical part of this stream in which the capitalism, plugs into your brain and extracts your MP through the process of ads, turning that into approximately 0.00015 pennies for me. Hooray! We'll be right back. And we return. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you all had a wonderful little ad break. We're back to looking at Fabula Ultima and the rules. And so this is going to be a part that we're actually... Okay, so the first thing it says that this is probably the most important chapter in the book and one that should be read with great attention, regardless of whether you're a game player or a game master or a player. But we just kind of learned the bulk of the rules. So we're kind of going to speed through a little bit of this, I think. But I did, during the break, kind of read ahead a little, and I did find this very interesting. Says, along the way, you will find that a large part of this chapter contains advice on how to make the most of this game's rules and mechanics. So that means for running it, I still want to reread this because it does have a lot of advice. But also, I noticed, like sometimes the very same situation can be resolved through different methods. There's some overlap between rules. This is by design. Given the broad scope of the game and the many possible scenarios, the rules must be flexible. But this also means you will have to learn how and when to use them. That is why plenty of advice has been included wherever possible, because this book is meant to be understood in the easiest way possible. So the goals and intentions behind each rule are clear, which is cool. But then they go like, and here's, like the classic, like, okay, anything on your table, of course, change it. But it does kind of give you a little warning. It's like, hey, as you grow more familiar with the rules, you will probably want to change or tweak some of them, and that's perfectly fine. Nothing in this book was written to be set in stone, but to be a functional game whose components interact with each other and work together to bring an epic, heroic, and fantastic tale to your gaming table. Because of this, make sure to think carefully about the changes you make. They might influence a greater number of elements than what you had anticipated. To make life easier, the book includes a variety of optional rules that can be used to safely customize your play experience. And I find that I just realized over on my Mac that ground control has been up and working. I don't know how long. Actually, for for a while, for at least since like the previous ad break. And I thought I had shut you down. I thought, ground control, that you had given up. I did not expect, and all of a sudden, you're there? You're there. Sorry, I'm having a minor mental breakdown over my tools here. They've been misbehaving all day. Anyway, point is, I like that, the game is like giving you a little heads up. Like, hey, if you want to homebrew some stuff and change rules, just keep in mind all these things interact. You might be breaking something. We also, like, we get that sometimes like a rule is different, so we also give you some options to tweak them that we've already kind of tested. Again, this speaks to a very mature game design, in terms of this definitely wasn't like version 1, which makes sense because as we saw early yesterday, right, this game, and I kind of scroll all the way back up, because they specifically like based it on, here we go. No, where is it? Oh, it's earlier on. God damn it, Dan. Where was it? Yeah, inspirations. Here we go. So they specifically, it's already partially based on another existing established game, which means like they're just building and refining on something that already was there. So yeah, it makes sense that that it feels very very mature, very fleshed out. Like it's not oh wow, they clearly didn't think this through. And so that kind of shows in this part here where they're like, yo, we get that you're gonna want to change some rules probably. That's just how players are. But also this is a tuned system, so be careful what you're changing. Here's stuff, here's some changes that we know won't necessarily break the game if you like those better. But also, like, needless to say, whenever you want to change something, make sure to discuss it with your game group. Cool. Always be clear, communication. And then we kind of jump into just what is a scene. I'm going to skip over this because I think on, here in this particular stream, I'm going to assume anybody who's still watching and hasn't just immediately on what the fuck am I doing here and gone away knows what a scene is. There are basic scenes, conflict scenes, interlude scenes, game master scenes. The only kind of standout here, we already saw what game master scenes are in the tutorial thing, but interlude scenes now it's like, all right, this is new. This wasn't sent to a tutorial. It's actually not a scene. I mean, interlude scenes. These were not in the tutorial, so these were. It's, I knew that was coming. I knew it. I knew it's like he's setting up. He's setting up for Panic at the Disco. Fabula the Ultima. Interlude scenes. So this is more of a general slow pace, like projects, journeys. So we'll see those as we move forward, I guess. These are more of those like travel scenes, interlude scenes, stuff like that. Then we go to sessions and campaigns. Again, we kind of know what those are. Important rules. So some effects in the game affect allies. In game terms, an ally is simply anyone who you consider to be your ally in the current scene. If an effect specifically targets allies and not simply creatures or characters, you cannot use it on yourself. Good to know. Always round down. While playing, you will sometimes need to have numbers or divide them by a certain value. When this happens, always round down. You know, I appreciate that it gets pointed out because not every game that has some kind of halving mechanism points out, am I supposed to round down or round up? Add, subtract, multiply, divide. So there is, if you ever need to perform multiple operations on the same number, you must do so in the following order. So they have their own order of operations. That is not necessarily the order of operations. Actually, no, that is the most traditional order of operations, isn't it? From in, out. Additions, subtraction, yeah. Additions, subtractions, multiplications, divisions. Yeah. That is kind of like, I mean, I might be wrong. It's been so long since I've done math of any kind, really, beyond just like, calculating tabletop RPG stuff. And I was never a super math guy. The moment sidebar. I thought I was a math guy. My dad, it was an engineer, a civil structural engineer. His work involved a lot of math. He was a proto nerd, really. And to this day, like he's still a huge math nerd. My dad, I love him. He does math for fun. Like I spoke to him the other parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. So that's normally okay. Okay, so well, this kind of goes against the usual order of operations. But in that case, thanks for pointing it out. I guess we'll see how many of those situations actually come up in game. But anyway, my dad does math for fun to this day. I've talked to him the other day, and he's like, he asked me about like, oh, what games are you playing? And I asked him what games he's playing. And by now, the games that he plays are just like math games and stuff, which is great. Keeps him sharp. But I did not. I'm good at math, sort of on a general basic level, but I did not get the full math gene, I don't think, from him, because I've never been a do math for fun kind of guy. I can appreciate I did, and oh yeah, I know where it came from. Oh boy, I know where it came from. I am my dad, two peas in a pod. Yeah, no. Like looking back at my dad's life and everything, like yeah, so much of it makes sense seen from like, oh, he's clearly autistic, and that's where I got it from. Um, and my sister came out much more like my mom. She's I think. I mean, I don't know. She's never been diagnosed or anything, but like, she's stereotypical. She's stereotypical. Like she's yeah. My sister is definitely NT. My mom is definitely NT. My dad, however, my dad and I, oh boy, which is kind of funny because again, it's supposedly more common in women, especially right. Like I don't know, man. Take none of what I'm saying here as any kind of science. I have not done the study. I am autistic. Autism itself is not a hyper interest for me.
for if that makes any kind of sense. So I don't ask me to like quote statistics about it. But I did. I sort of got gleaned somewhere, vaguely remember that it's actually more common in women. But I may be making that up. Anyway, um, specific beats general. Oh no, no, wait. Finish my sidebar. Finish my sidebar. The reason I'm saying that I didn't inherit the math genes. I can do math, but I remember I graduated high school. I took the advanced math classes in high school, but later in life I have come to realize that I suffered from, the reason I went, the way my gifted kid to burnout pipeline went is that I was a gifted kid as a big fish in a very small, very shallow pond. My high school was not great. I'm now realizing, decades after the fact. It is, in fact, now closed due to what I strongly suspect was a mild case of fraud from the Catholic Church. I did go to a Catholic school and high school. Um, I'll spill tea on that another time, but point is, not a very good high school. So I graduated top of my class, my class, in math and all this stuff. But even the advanced stuff was basically like technically I took pre-calc, but it was not a very good pre-calc education. How did I find this out? How did I discover this? Catholic school explains a lot. No, it does. It does. Oh boy, do it. When I got to college that first year, an only year, I went, and I've said this before, I graduated, I went to Cornell University. I went to an Ivy fucking league because I wasn't valedictorian in my school. Somebody else was, but I had the most awards and I had the presidential. I mean, to be fair, this is not a brag. I was legitimately a smart kid. I did get at the highest SAT score, so it had nothing to do with my school, right? The SAT, I did have the highest SAT score in the history of my school, but also just a legitimately good high SAT score. I was Presidential Medal of Honor, one of those kids. I was one of those nerds. All right, not bragging, just a fact. But all of that was the ADHD. All of that was and having parents that, while they may not have understood what was going on with me, I think my mom took one look at my dad, took one look at me, and said, let that kid let him sit down and read his books. It's what he wants. Let him read his books. Let him watch the show about the dinosaurs for 20 hours. Just trust me. Let him do it. He's gonna come out of that show with a fucking PhD in dinos. All right. It's not a waste of time. All right. So that's how I got through school. That's how I got, and that all serves you very well till you get to college. At which point, especially in Ivy League. Nah, not even especially in Ivy League. I'm not all Ivy Leagues. Ugh, fucking Harvard grads can suck it. All right, but I have a little bit of love for Cornell. I mean, Cornell is still, it's still just what it is. But out of the Ivy Leagues, Cornell has always felt to me a little bit like the good one. Um, and Cornell education, solid. As I discovered when I got to my first year at Ivy League and found myself completely and woefully unprepared for college level classes. Even the pre-calc, like I couldn't. Like the moment the teacher opened the books, I opened my books. They started talking, and the very first words out of his mouth might have actually been Greek. I don't know. Um, immediately, ridiculously out of my depth. Hey, artificially, Catherine, welcome in, friend. Welcome in. You just walked into me ranting about how I'm good at math, but not that good at math. All of it triggered by just reading that Fabula Ultima, this tabletop RPG, because that's what I'm actually supposed to be talking about, thank you for the reminder, it has its very own unique order of operations when it comes to math. Um, Long story short, me bad, math good. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? Hydrate. Hi again. Hi again. Welcome into the stream. If you have any questions, uh, yeah, surely you have questions. Please drop them in chat. I will do my best. Specific beats general. So we're looking at the rules. We're looking at the rules of the game, the tabletop JRPG, Fabula Ultima. We're fairly deep into it by now. We did like 4 hours on this yesterday, going through with only a minimum of tangents like that one, looking through the intro tutorial RPG, and now we're actually looking at the proper book itself, going over the rules, all that stuff. Officially catering. Meanwhile, I ended up over my college break deciding it was a great idea to make Google Sheets calculate my tabletop character sheets for me. No questions, but the backstory does have some answers. Well said, Phoenix. Well said. Ouch. But yes, no, like I said, look, I love math. I do appreciate math. A little bit of math in my life is fine. I can program. I'm not gonna say I can program with the best of them, but I'm a halfway decent coder. Logic I'm good at. Math, there's a divide there. As soon as you get into calculus stuff, something in my brain, like I grasp the concepts, but I grasp, how can I put this? I grasp those concepts narratively. Like I get them from a story point of view, and I know that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me either, but I do understand some advanced math concepts narratively, not mathematically. I don't know if that in any way. Okay, good. You relate a little. Okay, because I know I'm spewing words that make zero sense to anybody outside of the. Hey, so this stream is all about watching a middle-aged man slowly lose his mind live on camera, isn't it? Where did we leave off? Right, so add, subtract, multiply, divide, break, dance, brain, cool, got it, next step. Specific beats general. Okay, that's just basic good guidance. A specific element of the game contradicts a general rule. That specific element will take precedence. Example, normally a player character cannot equip two shields at the same time. However, the skilled dual shield bearer allows you to do so. Also, I love that there's a skill for double fisting shields. Solid. That's it. At this point, if I was not already convinced that I want to play, or rather run this game, the fact that there's exactly potato an armadillo skill, fuck yeah, down for it. I love tanks. I do love. Hey, I see what you did there, Catherine. I see what you did there. We may be speaking ADHD though, but yeah, I get it. Also, you're exactly Phoenix. Like you get it. Yeah, we are simpatico on that one. All right, timing issues. Sometimes a rule or effect will cause multiple choices or effects to trigger. Okay, cool. So we actually have a way to resolve race conditions in this. Timing, cool. If all the choices or effects are controlled by the same person, that person will choose in which order to affect them. If choices or effects are controlled by different player characters, the players controlling them agree on which order to apply them, and if they cannot find an agreement, randomly determine who takes precedence. And if some of the choices and or effects are controlled by player characters and others are controlled by non-player characters, player characters go first. Cool. Solid. Resolved. No questions on that. Let's see here. I'm thinking the Mega Man X boss like that. Armored Armadillo, I think. I don't know the names of the Mega Man bosses. I know them only by vibes. But I'm sure there's at least one, if not multiple bosses that were just all about that. The full defense bosses, the full tank bosses, yeah. Anatomy of a character. In Fabula Ultima, all information pertaining to your character is tracked in a character sheet, which we did see during the tutorial. So I'm going to kind of skip this because we actually went over the character sheet while doing the tutorial PDF, which again, very impressed with the fact that they actually managed to pull off the equivalent of a video game tutorial right up to unlocking different parts of your quote unquote interface and character sheet as you get to those parts in the tutorial. Bravo, bravo. I never. Oh god, did I ever add it? I gotta try it. Did I? I didn't. I didn't. God damn it. I got okay, folks. I'm doing a great impression on people who are new to the stream, folks. Let me just switch over to here. I need to wait. This one. Okay, so I'm gonna give this, even though it's not to myself, supposed to be to the book, but that this guy here just and this yeah. I need to add that effect to this screen so I can actually do it in this screen. I should do that during the next break. The next break is in like 40 minutes. But point is, hey PB, welcome in, friend. Welcome in. We continue our dive here into what's happening. Did I move the screen? Did I make this smaller? Yeah, there we go. That's better. Anyway, we're continuing looking here at Fabula Ultima, and I continue slowly but certainly losing my goddamn mind. I skipped a page. Okay, so so we looked at the character sheet in the tutorial. Again, very proud of the tutorial. Love the tutorial. Tutorial good. Do tutorial. We looked at the stats, at the attributes. We saw how you do a basic check already, so we're gonna kind of skip over this. It's all Zenny. Again, very JRPG. That's just no matter where you go into the world, you find an ancient hidden civilization that has lived in an island that has not had communication with the mainland for 1,000 years, and yet somehow the shop there accepts Gil. Accepts whatever actual currency you're doing it at a solid exchange rate too. That, of course, fuck it, we ball. Let's go. Love it. JRPG. They know what they're doing. Checks. Okay, so we already saw how checks work with the dice and everything. In fact, we did the whole. Let's see. Do I have the overhead? Yeah. So we have. If we wanted to do some dice rolling, we can. But I'm not going to. Not yet. Don't need it. Don't need it. Oh boy, that's a bad angle. I don't like that angle. Let's go back to, yeah, here we go. Much better angle. Much better angle. Good. A guidance on when to perform checks. And I like, okay, look, I have a bias. All right. I'm not going to say that I'm unbiased when it comes to, I have preferences when it comes to tabletop RPGs. Preferences that have at times brought me into conflict with even my dearest and closest friends. One of those preferences, for example, is that I like playing powerful characters. I like playing games that give me the ability to do cool shit. I want powers. I want abilities. I want spells. I want magic. I want cool sci-fi shit. I want to do shit that I cannot get away with in the real world, because as much as I try, this again, no matter how autistic I may or may not be, I still cannot cast Fireball, not for lack of trying, believe me. And so I want that. I play the tabletop RPGs to do that. Final Fantasy Shenanigery. Yes, exactly. I want that. I want to play that, which is part of why I'm looking at this specific game, right? Of course, but also just in general, tabletop RPGs in general. I gravitate towards games that let me do that. Good friends of mine, dear friends of mine, for example, Billy from and here we go, there we go, do the promo look, and they say I'm not good at marketing, because I'm not, but I still remember to hit the button when I mentioned Fandible, fandible.com, the longest running little actual play podcast that nobody's ever fucking heard of. We've been around for 15 years. Nobody has stopped us yet, even though they really should. Anyway, Billy from Fandible, he has a preference for playing Joe Schmoes. If the game, he's not opposed to playing in games with powers and stuff, but in those games, he will tend to gravitate towards the less powerful, towards low power levels, towards powers that are more limited, that are more costly, or otherwise, if he can play just a dude, he will gladly and eagerly play just some dude. and he enjoys that. He enjoys this playing through the struggle, playing through just being some dude in these RPG situations, and just doing his best, and this is not a value judgment. It's not a judgment at all. It's just like he has that preference, I have my preference. Occasionally we butt heads slightly over it, but we find ways to make it work. He gets to play his pathetic little wimps, and I play cool characters. Love you, Billy. I believe Billy is back to work today. I hope your workday is going well, my dear beloved wimp playing friend. But anyway, and then there's Angela, who will wrestle a system to avoid superpowers. Yes, she will. She will. Thanks, by the way, for the follow, Catherine. I apologize for not having something pop up on screen. I had to literally rebuild my entire streaming setup on the January 1st, or was it December 31st? And my alerts were broken even back then, but at least there were alerts. They were just wrong. Now they just do not work at all, and I need to fix them. So should you return to the stream, and I sincerely hope you do, thank you again for the follow, I will manually run some little celebration just for you, friend. All right, but yeah, no, it sucked. I've been over the story before, and I'll probably diverge into it again. But long story short, I tried to install a cool little retro gaming thing onto my Raspberry Pi 5, and I did it. But in the process, managed to completely overwrite my Windows partition. Because I am not a smart man. Not a smart man. I can do things. I can still do things. It worked, and my Windows partition has been reinstalled, and almost everything's back. And I got it done in like just a couple days. But Jesus Christ, lessons learned. Trust me, lessons learned. Everything is now getting backed up like 3 times all over the place. If this machine blows up tomorrow, and it very well might, because as part of that process, I found out that my water cooling system had apparently been not working properly for months. Anyway, back to the game. We saw checks. We like this. Anyway, what prompted that whole sidebar, you may ask? Understandably, because what was this? That my eyes passed over the player characters or heroes. The fact, which I've already said previous in the stream, so I don't know why it prompted such a sidebar this time, that this game wants you to play heroes. Unless there's a capable opposition or immediate threat, a player character's actions should simply succeed. Finding the tavern requires no roll. Getting there without being noticed by a local bandit gang, on the other hand, takes some effort. Point is, we're not even talking about the same thing here. I was talking about how this game wants you to be heroic play. Your character, you're not playing evil characters. You might play anti-heroes, but they're still heroes. If your character wants to do evil things, they become a villain. The GM gets that villain, and you go back to the drawing board and you make a hero. This is a game where you are playing heroes, and it does remind you of that multiple times, but also it reminds you of that here in the sense that you're literally the main character in this, the main characters in this game. You're not just fumbling. I mean, they're gonna play, because we all know it. Tabletop RPGs. They're gonna play like a bunch of stumbling, bumbling fools, of course. But they're heroes. Let them do the thing. Let them be heroes. Let them be capable. That's one thing I like from Fate, for example. Fate, part of the mission sort of statement of Fate is that you are playing characters who are capable. That you are good at what you're supposed to be good at. The only reason I feel like I need to stress this is because I keep running into games where you are not good at the thing you are supposed to be good at. I'm looking right at you, Warhammer 40K, and it's in your various tabletop RPGs. For reference, refer to, once again, not going to press the button, but it's there. I could do it. Refer to Fandible early. Oh God, no! Actually, don't go listen to 99 Problems. But that was a game. That was a game in which we were supposed to be playing badass soldiers, and then the system. Oh, then the system. No. I'm sorry. If the game if the game becomes stops being enjoyable, if I cannot do the thing that I'm supposed to be good at, right? But also that maybe we've had this whole conversation before, right? Maybe just don't, if your pilot is docking into the standard dock at the standard space station, maybe don't, and especially in a system like Warhammer 40K, where, oh boy, I have a 36 in my piloting skill. That qualifies you. That's a good starting score as a starship pilot. A 36. That is out of 100. Good score. And you're just straight up just rolling that. Maybe don't ask them to roll that to just dock at the standard station. Assume that score is there for when you have to fucking do evasive maneuvers in space in the middle of a dogfight or something, or you're trying to crash land safely on the surface of a planet because you're crashing. That is going to require a piloting check. Just driving down the space lanes or pulling into, unless there's a reason why, unless you really want to see if this is the time that you crush the space station and thousands die because of you, pilot, don't ask the roll. This game, I think, takes a little bit of both, where, just don't ask for the roll unless it's actually, there's a risk, there's a real reason to make the roll, and also your characters should be good at the thing they're good at. Let's see. My mind worked in Warhammer. Yeah, exactly. Look, the only time you accepted a low skill game was Cthulhu, and even then we bumped some skills. Yeah, and even then Cthulhu, like, it even makes sense. Okay, Cthulhu, I get it. You're supposed to be out of your depth. You're supposed to. It's a horror game, and I get it. But like Warhammer. Look, I get Warhammer is parody. I get it. It's satire, even not parody. Sorry, satire. But also, you're selling a fantasy of some level of capability. And when I make a Space Marine and then I look at their stats and it's like, this guy's gonna shoot himself in the foot 1 out of every 3 times. Big, rules as written. Like, if what the game wants you to do is just play that level of incompetence, then I've completely misread the games. I know they are a satire, but I did not realize that they were just straight up at that point just a farce and a parody, and you're actually supposed to be playing Warhammer as just the most bumbling, ridiculous bunch of like it's always sunny in the Imperium kind of guys. Which, if that's the case, you know what? All of a sudden, I'm a Warhammer fan again. If that's the actual approach we're supposed to be taking, it's always sunny on the on the Imperium, then I'm back. And the system is perfectly written for that. But anyway. That's just my opinion. We're talking, in theory, about Fabula Ultima, aren't we? We're back on this system. Let's see. And hey, thank you, Stream Elements bot. Actually doing things without me having to ask you. That's wild. The following terms are key to understanding how checks work. Okay, so we saw this before. Again, if anybody on the stream has any questions about this, please ask. But we're going to scroll past it real quick because we did see this in the tutorial, which is why I've spent more time ranting and sidebarring than actually going through the rules. But we already saw how checks work, difficulty levels, the high roll mechanic. I really like the mechanics. They're very simple. They're very straightforward. I really like, for combat, this high roll thing where just doing the roll also determines your damage and all that. Great. Critical successes solid. Fumbles solid. No issues there. Opportunities also, that basically they come with critical successes. And here's a whole bunch of other opportunities. The tutorial, okay, so this we'll read, because the tutorial book only had, I think, like 1 or 2 of these opportunities as examples. Yeah, it had like progress, had Yeah, okay. Advantage, affliction, bonding, and progress, I think is all it had. But these are solid, right? These are just little bennies that you get in a critical success. I like the flexibility of them, that they're not all just about combat, like doing more damage or applying an affliction, but also just for giving your allies advantage, for social stuff like a faux pas or a favor, informational stuff. Very flexible. Really dig that. Potato, I just realized you tried to redeem a curses. I don't think it was curses. I don't think it got redeemed. I don't think it's in the screen. No. Why? Why? Is it? It's why is everything broken forever now? Wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna give you. Oh, that was the music. Okay, never mind.
Curse you all!
There you go. Just for you, buddy. I need to fix that stuff. I need to fix that stuff. Should I perhaps have taken a day off of streaming to fix that before coming back? Shut up. Shut up. Hey, game, look. All right. Anyway, point is, I like what they're doing here. I really like what they're doing here. Lots of different options, regardless of situation. Lots of different things that you can do. What I appreciate here is that it means that critical successes can be meaningful regardless of the role that they were made on. And that's cool. I appreciate that. Then performing an attribute. Okay, so this is just the walkthrough process of how to do it, the standard difficulties. The tutorial only went up to 13. It was for cursing your messed up computer. No, I appreciate that. Appreciate it. But also try not to curse the computer. It's already, oh, it's so delicate right now, and I do not have the budget to replace this thing if should it die. I'm so nervous about it now. I keep monitoring like the temperatures on it. But it's doing well. It's doing well. It's doing well. It's being good. I have not seen the temperatures go over like 63 degrees, which is in range, in comfortable range for my CPU. The 100 plus degrees that it was before I realized that my cooling system had died was not within range. But again, these past couple of days monitoring, I've even run a couple games. I haven't run anything. I haven't actually, no. We ran that cabin game, and that cabin game did push it a little. We even had to turn some of the settings down, so it actually didn't. I mean, I was like dual streaming at the same time. Maybe the game would run better if I wasn't actually also streaming from that PC. But point is, that was a lot. We were streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and we were playing a video game, and computer rock solid, did not crash, and I never got any alerts on temperature. Never went above like 63 degrees on the CPU. I'm fine. Dan, stop worrying. I'm looking at you, buddy. I'm looking at you. Stop worrying. Your computer is fine. Watch my well, actually no, I was going to plug my socials, but Stream Elements already did it for me. Watch my socials in case my computer blows up and I can't stream tomorrow. Anyway, the tutorial only took us to 13, so the game goes like, okay, go with 16 for something crazy. But the basic guidance, by default, it's 10. So it is kind of going to be one of those, like, if I don't tell you a difficulty, assume it's 10. Checks in play. So again, some guidance on how to do this. We're going to kind of skip over this. But here we got some optional rules. So one thing that I'd noticed before, and I did point that out in the tutorial, is that the system is very pass-fail, which, fine. That's sort of the D&D approach, right? But I personally tend to prefer games that let you do success at a cost or failure at a price. A yes, not just a yes, no, but yes and or yes, but. And so we already have the yes and with the critical successes and the opportunities. That's your yes and. And then a success at a cost can be, a success, yes, but. Instead of a no, just a plain no from a failure, it's a yes, but. So I want to see what they're doing here. But before we get that, guidance for the GM. And this is one that I feel like I'm glad that it gets put out clearly, because one of my personal pet peeves, did not intend for that to be all the letters together like that. One of my pet peeves, one of the things I hate when it comes to dice rolls, sometimes with some GMs, I have met some guys like this, is that if they've already made up their mind about what they want to happen in this role, in this scene, they'll do something like they'll subvert the outcome. They'll basically make that role meaningless, or twist the effect so that they still get what they wanted. Like what's going to happen in the scene is what they decided, not what the dice have said my character would be able to do in that scene. And that's like, if you just want to tell a story, not play a tabletop RPG, then just tell a story. What are they called? Let's go back up to the scenes. Do a oh god damn it! I scrolled right past the page. Past the thing. A GM scene. I'm gonna do all that to find out it's just called a GM scene. How did I lose that page? How did I lose that page? We literally just saw this. It is here. It is literally called the Game Master scene, Dan. Why was this strip necessary? Anyway, point is, if you want to tell a story, do tell a Game Master scene. Otherwise, your players and your characters have agency in the world. Never subvert the outcome of the rolls. No matter the premise, the outcome of a check must be applied for what it is. No one at the table can turn a failure into success or vice versa. Otherwise, why would the dice be rolled in the first place? Optional, success at a cost. We'll get to it. That said, player characters may influence checks in several ways, such as invoking traits and bonds and succeeding at a cost. Aha, there we go, succeeding at a cost. Relevant success. If a character succeeds at a check, they have confronted the odds and emerged victorious. The Game Master shouldn't call for further checks to confirm their success. They have earned it. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you. No do-overs. Just like a success should not require further confirmation, a failure means you can't try again unless the situation is drastically altered in some way. Solid, understandable, no complaints. Good. GMs, players, both of you, read this. In fact, it matters more to me that you read this section than this section. Anyway, let's see what they say about success at a cost. The rule allows player characters to turn failure into success, but it comes at a steep price. When a character fails a check, anyone may propose a success at a cost. The Game Master can make adjustments to the cost as they see fit, and then the player who performed the check can accept or refuse. When determining a given cost would be appropriate, remember that it should put the character in a rough spot or take something important away from them. If a cost can be remedied with little effort, something is wrong. For example, back to the previous example. You're not going to make me read the previous example. I'm just going to read this, and we're going to figure it out from there. The High Master might listen to Bridget's reasons, but only if she publicly apologizes and admits that Relday scholars are better than... Okay, cool. I get it. There was an argument. The High Master, Bridget, is trying to convince the High Master of something. But, yeah, exactly. Relday... Okay, yeah, I know what's happening here. Cool. I get it. Success at a cost. Oh, boy, you got to publicly apologize and admit that these other people's scholars are better than you, Bridget. Are you willing to do that in order for the High Master to actually take you seriously? Because otherwise he's going to kick you out of the room. I like that. It is also, you cannot succeed at a cost. You got to fumble a check. Fair. If you got to fumble double ones, that's fine. When you succeed at a cost, the check's high roll and result remain the same. Okay, fair enough. But I do like, because some games try to be gentle about the yes buts. Games like, for example, Powered by the Apocalypse games, where there is more of a philosophy of play to find out. In a Powered by the Apocalypse game, the bulk of your results are going to be some kind of yes but, in my experience anyway, right? Whereas in this game, it's still mostly just success or fail. Because the success at a cost, it's not like, oh, if you only fail the check by a couple of points, then success at a cost because there's a minor disadvantage. In here, it's like, this is kind of like a way for you to talk your GM into, hey, I know that roll sucked, but it's important that we, what can I do? What can my character do to make this a success? It's effectively what you're asking. And then the GM will basically negotiate with you. So it's a different approach, but I dig it. I think this is one that it's an optional rule. At my table, I would definitely allow it, with the caveat, of course, and there's the understanding that GM's call is final. Like you can offer something, and I will. Those who have played with me know I'm nothing if not eager to negotiate. And again, my general philosophy is as a tabletop RPG, a GM is enabler of awesome. You tell me something cool, right? You even if you failed at a roll, but you tell me like a cool way in which you can still stumble, roll, fall, fail, flat on your face, but you put it. You got the gem into the slot, and you stop the mechanism or whatever. Yeah, cool, awesome. You take this much damage, you suffer this status effect, and you are prone, but I'll let you have it. You know, that's how I operate anyway. But also again with the final caveat that I will, you know, that the GM is final, you know, can veto if you're gonna try and sort of take advantage of that. So one reason why this would be optional is because since it is a lot more open-ended, it's not sort of baked into the system like the yes buts of something like PBTA, where those buts are more like choose only one option out of these three, or or they're very strictly defined, like, okay, you know, you get the information, but also you now have one tie to this, or you lose 1 point of this. Like, they're very strictly defined. They're not huge, because they're very common. Here, this is more of a Hail Mary. It's like, fuck, the roll went bad. I rolled anything but a fumble. You know, how can we make this happen? And at that point, now we're doing narrative. Now we're negotiating narrative back and forth, trying to get something awesome to happen, right? Which is fun. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but that sounds like fun to me. All right, let's see. So invoking a trait to reroll that, because this is a Fabula point spending, right? We're invoking traits. So your traits are your identity, your origin, or your theme. We already saw that in the tutorial. We get some pretty good, we got some good guidance on what that does. And also we got some guidance on how bonds work. So when you invoke one of your bonds, you get to raise the result by the strength of that bonds, with bonds being 1 to 3. We get all this, all good. But I want to see what their optional is, because invoking to fail, interesting. So if you use this optional rule, players may invoke their character's bonds and traits to intentionally fail checks and earn Fabula points. Once per scene before making a check, a player may describe how the character's bonds or traits prevent them from achieving success. This is done instead of performing the check itself. The check is then treated as an automatic failure with a result and high roll equal to 0, and the character gains 1 Fabula point. You cannot invoke to fail on support checks, and you cannot succeed at a cost on a check that you already invoked to fail. I don't think that should have been necessary to point out, but thank you for pointing it out just in case, because you know somebody would have tried. Yeah, this optional rule, but I'm down for it. I have no problem with that. It's drama. It's drama. It's, as a World of Darkness player, yeah, it's merits and flaws. Call in those flaws, you know, but get rewarded. Get rewarded. Yeah, hell yeah, I'm down. Accuracy checks, yeah, we've seen those for combat. Magic checks, same thing. And the high rolls, blah, blah, blah. Opposed checks. Did we see any opposed checks? I don't think we saw any opposed checks on the tutorial, so let's take a slightly closer look at that. But I'm guessing this is just basically both roll and whoever has the title whoever has the total, the higher total, wins, right? So let's see. During a post check, fumbles are the lowest possible result. Critical successes are the highest possible result. They generate opportunities as normal. If 2 or more characters roll a fumble or a critical success, these count as a draw, and the checks should be repeated. Yeah, whoever gets the highest result is the winner. So basically, yeah, both of you do a check. Post check, both of you roll your stats, and whoever rolls highest. So I do love this. So actually, the little example, right? Mont Blanc, the knight, is struggling to free himself from the formidable grasp of a dragon. The GM declares that this is an opposed check using dexterity plus might. Mont Blanc rolls d8 plus d10, but the dragon boasts a powerful d12 plus d12. When the dice hit the table, Mont Blanc gets an 8 and an 8, while the dragon rolls a 9 and a 12. Despite the dragon rolling a total of 21, Mont Blanc's 16 is a critical success with the double eights. Against all odds, the brave knight manages to escape the monster's deadly claws. Awesome example. Love it. Love it. Absolutely. Yes. Open checks. This particular kind of attribute check has no difficulty level. Instead, the result tells us how well the character performed. These checks are often used when researching information, examining an area, or recalling important lore. Open check. Simply compare the result with the table below. All right. Yeah, so this is pretty straightforward. And then situational modifiers, 3 already saw, +2 bonus, -2 penalty. I already did a spiritual to that because I saw what they're doing, because you're supposed to step your difficulties up by 3, but then the situational modifiers give you just the right amount of wiggle room there. Love it. And you can really, if you're smart about it, see, here's the thing. I don't know math, but I know Legos. I know little bits that I can move around. And so immediately it hits me that if you're at all clever about these two, you can use either one of these to achieve the actual precise difficulty you want, no matter what. Let's say, for example, you want your difficulty to be, instead of a 10, you want it to be an 11, right? So you can't really do a +2 bonus, because that would make the difficulty 12. And you can't do a -2 penalty to the 10, because then that takes you down to an 8. That makes it easier. But if you make it 13 and add a -2 penalty, all of a sudden, wait, no. Okay, I'm not a clever man. Oh, wait, I said 11. Yes, 11. Sorry. Exactly. No, I am a clever man. I'm just a distracted man. Anyway, that takes you to the 11 that you couldn't get before. See? So if you want a 12, if you want an 11, you can get it. If you want a 12, you can get it. If you want a 13, you can get it. Same thing with all the other ones. Point is, using this system, yeah. Even though they don't officially give you an official +1 or -1 to add, it's there. It's there, GM. You can make the difficulty you want. You're just going to have to justify it a little, but you can do it. I believe in you. All right. If you're the game master, situation modifiers to reward approaches that take advantage of the opposition's traits, personality, and objectives. So that's good guidance. I'm mildly upset that it's just so tiny here, but that is good guidance because, I'm going to have to switch PDFs. Wait. Let me open. Why did it? Oh, that's fun. Okay, give me a second. Where is it? Press start here. And then just tell this to... where are you? Where'd you go? There you are. Go to the other one. Okay, so last page. But here, when we were looking at the enemy stats, right, these enemies actually have traits: agile, determined, sorrowful, veteran warrior, clad in magic armor, eerie, imposing, and voiceless. So that's good guidance. That's a way, like, again, for your characters, anything that gives your players more options with which to affect a role. Again, I'm always thinking of, what about that one player who always rolls poorly? Hi, Dave. Right? So I like when the game gives you as a player more and more options of things you can try and do to give yourself better chances. So finding out an enemy's traits and then being able, no worries, Phoenix, take care. Hope you're able to come back. Hope the meeting goes quickly. But yeah, if you're able to target one of those traits in some way or another with your action or attack or whatever, yeah, definitely get a bonus to that. Get a situational modifier to that. Be rewarded. Really like that. All right, let's go back here. Switch back to the other one. There we go. All right. So we saw open checks. We saw situational modifiers. We saw group checks. Did we see? Yes, we did. We did see this in part because initiative checks are also group tests in this game, which I do very much like. Very much a fan of that. I think my first real exposure to this sort of initiative group check, where there is a leader and everyone else is contributing to that check, but then it's really only one check that determines which side goes first, and then after that it's just back and forth. Again, my first exposure to that I think was DC-20. I don't think DC-20 invented that system. Witness that this one is basically that, and this definitely came out before DC-20. DC-20's not out yet, so but it is. But I associated it with DC-20 always because that's, I think, my first real exposure to that, that I can remember, to that sort of initiative system. And I really liked it there. I really like it here. This is useful. A little common, frequently used checks. Because one of the things I did wonder about that in the tutorial document, if the full book was going to give the GM a little bit of extra guidance on what combination of attributes certain checks are, because some are obvious but some might be less obvious. So I like that there's some guidance here. So what is this optional rule? If you use this optional rule, players can decide one of the attributes involved in each check they perform, while the game master decides the other, which can be the same attribute or a different one. This rule does not apply to checks which attributes are already established by the rules, such as accuracy checks. All right, yeah, because the weapons already have them. So again, yeah, we can see that on another sheet if we really want to, and we'll point that out. But yeah, no, I like that. I don't know if that's an optional rule I would have at my table. I already play like that a little unofficially in stuff like World of Darkness, where usually the player will say, I want to do X, Y, or Z, and then I'll go, okay, that sounds like a strength plus athletics roll. Or they might go, well, actually, I was thinking that if I do it this way, would actually be more of a strength plus stealth roll. And I go, actually, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll let you have it as a strength plus stealth because you're taking this approach. And then it's on me to kind of like, think of how the fact that you're doing this roll in this way might affect if it succeeds or fails, whatever. So this is a little bit closer to that, right? That players can kind of go like, I think this is a might roll. I go like, it's a might, but it's not just raw might. You need to figure out exactly how to position yourself, how to move this thing, and to get the right certain level of leverage. So I'm actually going to be more from might plus insight roll. And then you go, fuck you, insight is my dump stat. And I go, haha, I knew that, suck it. This is how tabletop role-playing games are played, right? That is how it is. Look, think about that. Give that a little bit of thought as we go into yet another one of our prescribed ad breaks. I just got the alert, so we're going to go ahead and do that. 3 minutes, stretch your legs, get something to drink, let the echoes of my voice ranting about tabletop RPGs just bounce around inside, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, folks, from the ad apocalypse, the ad lands, the fields of capitalism. Also, during the break, I did notice that I got a couple of subs over on the YouTube side. Again, thank you to Beyond Fantasy and Full Metal Dragon over on the YouTube side. Feel free to say hi on the chat if you're still there. I am watching the chat. I'm getting the alerts very slowly. I need to fix that, and I will. You'll see. I'll get it done maybe over the weekend. But anyway, thanks for the follows, the equivalent to follows over there as well. Back to the game. We're into the last hour, by the way. Quick preview of what's coming up is another hour of this bullshit. And then I'm taking a break. Just, go rest up, take some dinner, everything. I will say I'm feeling pretty well today. Yesterday was kind of a headachy day. So as of right now, I think I'm probably going to come back after dinner, so probably around 8 p.m. to play some video games. I was going to play one called Moonring, which is kind of this really lo-fi version of kind of like the Ultima games, the really old Ultima RPGs, CRPGs. But I don't know why. All of a sudden, I'm really getting a hankering to play a JRPG for some bizarre reason. Can't quite put my finger on why. And I do think I have a JRPG that I purchased a while ago on Steam that I still haven't played. Actually, wait. Let me double check. Let me see. Do I? So I'm not about to spend more money right now, but let me see. Oh God, I have so many games. Why do I have this many games? Let me see. So I think it was one of the Tales of. I thought I had more of those. No, do I not have any? Oh, Tales of Vesperia Definitive Edition. I played the original and then I picked up the Definitive Edition and never really played it. I did play. Did I finish Tales of Arise? How many hours do I have on that? 50.9 hours. Is that long enough to beat Tales of Arise? I don't remember if I beat Tales of Arise, which is probably not a good sign for the game itself. If I take the fight to the Great Spirit, maybe. I don't know if I finished Tales of Arise. That's not good for the game. But probably should go back and check. But also 50 hours in, is this one of those that I came to like right before the final boss and then gave up on it? Entirely possible. Anyway, I might play one of the Tales games or some other JRPG because I do have a whole bunch of others. Hey, welcome back, Phoenix. Tonight when I come back. Because, again, hankering for JRPG for some bizarre reason. Okay, we move on with the rules. Okay, so they're talking about clocks. Does anybody need me to deep dive on clocks? I think we spoke about clocks a lot on the tutorial, and I professed my undying love for clocks and why I think clocks are neat. I just think they're neat. So we're going to kind of move forward, but I will read this because red is scary. Clocks in the story. Clocks should always interact with what happens in the story. The game master should use situational modifiers and adjust the difficulty level to represent advantages or disadvantages derived from the player's choices and the events that are taking place there. Okay, cool. Got it. Threshold for failure. Okay, so it's just more stuff about the clocks, turning them back, take actions to slow clocks, advance, even erase some of the stuff. Yep. Love it. Clocks are in conflict scenes, using clocks for pacing and pressure. So it's advice on how to use clocks. The most adorable art. Yes. More of that all the time. Bonds. Okay, so we did get some basic idea on bonds from the tutorial document, which is dope as hell. Honestly, I don't see anything new here, except for Okay, creating a bond. So creating new bonds. We didn't see that. So bonds, by the way, connections. Yeah, connections to are a source of power for our heroes. You already know that bonds can help improve checks or aid allies during group checks. So basically, you can spend Fabula points to invoke one of your bonds if it applies to the role, and then add the bond's rating to that role. Or if you are doing a group check, then and you have a bond, any characters in that group check, which is up here somewhere, that have a bond to the leader character. Whichever one of those bonds is the highest also gets added to that role. So there are mechanical benefits to the bonds. But some class skills and even equipment effects will also benefit from bonds. So that's new. We didn't know about that. Okay, so the bonds are interesting. So basically, they go from level 1 to level 3. Each level is tied to one specific emotion. And, sorry, I'm just checking something here. Got a little alert. Okay, all good. They come in pairs. So admiration and inferiority, loyalty or mistrust, and affection or hatred. Choose one of each pair, like so. Cool. Okay, so creating a bond. Bonds are generally created during resting scenes, see page 91, through opportunities, which we did see earlier, or due to specific skills. Whenever an effect in the game allows you to create a bond, you may add a new bond to your character sheet and immediately tie a single emotion to it. This means all bonds start with a strength of 1. You can have bonds towards characters, nations, kingdoms, organizations, or even religions. You cannot have a bond towards yourself, which is good to know. So is there... Does it any specifically say if there is a limit? Because okay, here we go. So 6. Okay. Strengthening a bond changes. You can change your bond, make your bonds grow stronger by adding more emotions to them. Generally done during resting scenes. Again, we'll see that when we get to it, which will allow you to shift emotions around or adjust them to more recent developments in your story. Interesting. I like that. That's interesting. Bonds towards yourself are reserved for the narcissistic villain. It's fair. Fair and good call, honestly. What the hell was that? Wait a minute. Sorry, that's weird. Okay, there we go. Sorry, my screen went real weird there, but all fixed now. Nothing to do with the computer. That was actually just my iPad. I think it got a weird alert. Anyway. And bonds are stronger than death. Okay, wait. Erasing a bond. If you already have 6 bonds and want to create a new one, you must first erase one of your existing bonds. Explain how you're feeling as a perspective shade. Okay, so you have a maximum of 6. Understandable. Bonds are stronger than death. Even if a character dies or leaves your story, any bonds the characters had with them will remain until erased. And then, red is scary, the role of bonds. Bonds make your character stronger while reminding you of the ties with the rest of the world and its people. Do not shy away from complex bonds. Feeling both affection and inferiority towards someone, or hatred and admiration, can and will make your story more memorable. The best choice is often to let bonds grow organically, while also reaping the benefits that come from having many high-strength bonds. Cool. Love to see that. Would love to see that in action in play. Conflict scenes. Yeah, we'll kind of skip over this because we actually saw all of this in the tutorial. But it is nice because they're not specifically combat scenes. They're conflict scenes. There is still the initiative, group check, and everything, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a combat scene. It can be like a tense audience with a powerful figure, a duel between 2 ancient rivals, filtration scene, etc. Point is, it's going to be there is a conflict. It's turn based. There's an initiative. There are different people trying to do different things in the same scene, and they are in conflict with one another. Solid. I love that. I do love that there is a conflict resolution system, not just a combat system and everything else, right? Especially as I'm trying to do something similar with my own game, with the combat, in the sense that I keep calling it combat, but actually I should be referring to it less as combat and more as conflict, because that's actually what I want to achieve there as well. And then we've got some dynamic turn orders. Since turns do not belong to specific characters, you may switch the order of your actions from round to round. For example, a sorceress who took the last turn during a round and found an enemy to be vulnerable to her ice magic can go first and finish them off quickly. This is a fundamental aspect of Fabula Ultima's conflict gameplay, and groups that learn to coordinate their actions will perform much better than those in which everyone is focusing on an individual strategy, and I do love that. And again, this is very similar to the DC-20. I think I use encounter and challenge. Yeah, those are good terms as well. Those are definitely good terms as well. Let's see. The action economy. Much like any games that limits the amount of moves a character can perform before their opponents get a chance to, Fabula Ultima rewards you for being clever in how resources are used. If you are the game master, don't stage conflicts where one side is vastly outnumbered. They will quickly be overwhelmed, yes. And some powerful creatures have the ability to take several turns during each round. These are known as elites and champions. These creatures still follow the normal rules for alternating turns, but take the place of multiple normal foes. Optional enemy initiative. If you are the game master, it can be hard to remember which adversaries still need to take their turn. And that's the solution, is to have enemies take their turn in descending initiative order from fastest to slowest. Simply write that down and apply it to each round. This will make enemies slightly more predictable, but allows you to focus on more important aspects of the conflict. Yeah, optional. Work with it however you like, GM. Work for it however you like. Let's see, space and distances. In true console JRPG fashion, and in line with this game's cinematic approach, conflict scenes assume characters to be able to reach each other quite easily. There are a few important things to say about this. Actions and descriptions. Keep distances and movements abstract in your descriptions. If you want to rush past the golems and snatch a cursed grimoire from the wizard's hands, for instance, you can roll for that right away. It doesn't matter whether you were 10, 20, or 50 steps away. All that matters is who or what is going to try to stop you. Attacks. The big difference between melee and ranged attacks isn't in the distance they can cover, but in the various skills they interact with and the ability or inability to target flying enemies and similarly elusive creatures. When the martial artist in your group performs an attack that targets foes who are in wildly different locations, you shouldn't question the feasibility of it. If anything, the cool part is describing what the attack looks like. I love it. Rule of cool, rule of awesome. Full cinematic, full, again, spirit of JRPG. You're just a row of enemies here and a row of enemies there. Like, it's just how it is. You know, that's it. So it needs to happen in your head, not a tactical 3D display. Although, again, there are plenty of JRPGs that do that. But even then, like, again, if I do play Tales of Arise or any of the Tales games, they are like that, where combat is like they bring you into a little arena, but then within that arena, you're running around and trying to get closer or further. Hey, no worries, Catherine. Welcome back. I approve of food and of showers. These two things are also primary motivators in my life. In fact, that is part of why this is the last hour of today's stream, just in case you missed it while you were having your food and shower. We will be wrapping up at around 6 p.m. Eastern, but then I will be back around 8 p.m. Eastern to play a JRPG, because I don't know why all of a sudden I have a hankering for one. So feel free to hang out later as well, as I'm trying to kind of get more used to streaming more often. Anyway, back to here. Point is, combat. Yes, JRPG flavored, themed, and mechanicalized. That's not a word. Mechanically, again, it flows like JRPG console combat. And honestly, I'm down for it. I really am. Especially this part where they're just like, don't worry about it. Just, you know what? Have fun. Is it impossible? Could it not possibly happen? You're playing a JRPG hero. All right. Suplex the train. Suplex the goddamn train. Don't say you can't do it. Tell me how you do it. Yes, I love this game. If you're thinking that fragile characters are made even more vulnerable by this approach, you are partially right. But that's where the guard action, see page 70, and the protect and provoke skills really shine. The ability to take a blow for your comrades becomes critical to victory in battle. Again, even though it is very cinematic, very rule of cool and rule of awesome kind of combat, but at the same time, it is tactical. There is a level of like, all right, who's going first? Okay, this attack actually grants your attack more ability and changes the damage type. That is then going to make that enemy who is vulnerable with. But also, I'm going to use this ability to make that enemy vulnerable to that attack, so that you can then, like, it is very tactical in that sense, and in fact they encourage you, because if you don't do that, especially against like villains and bosses, you're gonna get your ass handed to you. So I do like that it seems to kind of hit that sweet spot between which to me is really nice, because one of my problems with D&D sometimes is that I like really cool, really cinematic combat. And D&D does allow for that. It gets very close, but sometimes the tacticalness of it really bogs you down, and sometimes you'll be 40 feet away from something and your move is 30, and you spend your entire round just moving 30 feet and you're 10 feet away from the enemy, and that's it. That's all you can do that round, and it sucks, and it feels like a waste of a round. And those I like avoiding moments like that, and this feels like the right amount of both. There's still, but also at the same time, which is kind of like in D&D, I also still do like the tacticalness of it a little bit. Like I still do like being able to kind of set up a shot and and flank somebody and all that stuff. So I do like some level of crunch, but then sometimes the crunch gets in the way of the fun. And this feels like it gives me a level of crunch, a level of tacticalness and planning, but doesn't let that get in the way necessarily of trying to do something fun. And ironically, this is why I love Rogue so much. Yeah, mobility. Rogues and certain monks, I think, are also very good at that. But yeah, being able to, especially in any game like that, if you're actually using a map, yeah, mobility is just fucking king in that. Let's see. I love JRPGs because an attack can have a description of a blasting fire as tall as a ship's mast, twice as wild, burning with the fire of the sun, and then miss half the other party and do 10 damage to the rest. Yes, exactly. Like, I mean, look, it's ridiculous, but I kind of love it in the sense that, like, sometimes you will do that. Like, you'll cast a spell and fucking summon Shiva, who, like, creates a skyscraper-sized crystal around the slime, the level 1 slime, and then the level 1 slime saves. And so this crystal shatters, and you see like the level 1 slime just there, and they're like, boop, 2 hit points. And then it's just still there smiling. It's one of my favorite things, honestly, about JRPGs. I mean, it's not a good thing necessarily, but it brings me a little bit of joy seeing like the ridiculous attack animations and powers, and then like turns to the enemy who is just like standing there blank faced, just taking it, and then the little damage, just a little bit of damage, and they don't even like flinch. God, beautiful. Anyway, split scenes. So the conflict scene involves locations that are far away from each other. Say if you are distracting the pirate queen with your, Phoenix says you're a monk main. Yeah, no, big fan of monks, honestly. I don't get to play them because if I'm playing with Dave, and Dave has earned his monks. All right, Dave is the monk guy. So usually I will end up playing a sorcerer because they're pretty and still get to do magic. Okay, why would you play anything else? Split scenes. Okay, you must first choose which characters will act in each location, then proceed the conflict scene and cut between the different locations as prompted by the initiative order. Normally, characters in different locations will not be able to affect or interact with each other, but sometimes the 2 conflict scenes will merge into one as the characters eventually regroup, which is epic if you can pull it off. Okay, but, there are situations in which distances and positions are supposed to play an important role. What if there's a sniper atop a tower? What if a terrible ritual tears open a chasm in the middle of the battlefield? The advice boils down to the following. Don't overcomplicate things. Play to this game's strengths and avoid situations in which suspension of disbelief becomes too strained. And 2, sometimes experiment. If you want to introduce distance as an important element in the game, treat it as a puzzle that can be solved in creative ways while the conflict progresses. For instance, you might make melee attacks useless in a battle between 2 flying galleons. At that point, engaging in close combat would require approaching and boarding the enemy ship. Time for a clock. Exactly. In the end, the most important thing to remember is that conflict shouldn't be resolved through careful movement and positioning, but through clever use of the character's skills and actions. Solid advice, and I like it. So these are your actions. This is basically your menu of things you can do during a conflict. So your attack action, your equipment action, which lets you switch any number of equipped items or any number of items in your backpack, except for armor, but basically put out one sword, grab another. Guard once per turn until the start of the next turn. You gain basically that's how you protect yourself. Hinder to get in somebody's way. Inventory to spend inventory points. Objective to do something to that clock that we just talked about. And then either spell for spells, skills for skills, studying for getting information about things, and then other, which is, you perform an action not covered by any of the above. Usually it'll be objective, but hey, if objective, then just figure it out. Fine. Cool, solid, nothing crazy there. Minor activities. There are a lot of minor gestures and operations can be performed on your turn alongside your main action. So action and bonus action, not so much, right? This is a game where you really only do the one thing, but it does let you, it's got some like couple of free things you can do. Like pick up an item from the ground or drop something you are holding. Quickly throw an item you're holding to another character, or perform a minor interaction with the environment, like open a door, pull a lever, or kick down a wooden plank to bridge a gap. Which, solid. Again, it's just little things. Anything the character does to inject style and uniqueness in their actions will virtually take no time. Complex blade choreographics, magical chants, the mixing of alchemical ingredients before throwing a potion, and any similarly flavorful descriptions should be encouraged, not penalized. Again, in JRPG fashion. Like when the knight steps forward and does a whole, like the dragon knight, and spins their spear around, does the whole thing, and then leaps up into the air, and it's just like gone for a solid 10 seconds. And nobody moves. The enemy doesn't take advantage of the pause. Nothing is lost. Everybody goes like, wait for it. And you boom, comes down with the spear just on top of the enemy. And then, 2 damage. But that's how JRPGs work. That's how it works here. I deal with it. I love it. Then attack. Choose a target for your attack. You must know the position. Okay, yeah. So this is just like deeper explanations of each of the activities, the actions, which I get. I'm gonna kind of just gloss over these. We already saw this guidance in the tutorial as well for how to handle gold clocks within a conflict scene and how many sections they should have depending on what they do. Dialogue and tactic. Okay, so this is new. Well, first of all, other is new, but other is just like other. Not too worried about that. This is basically word for word what we had on the tutorial one. What's this, though? This is new. Let's see. Conflicts generally represent fast-paced scenes in which characters have limited ability to speak and discuss a complex plan or course of action. But this shouldn't apply to the players who are controlling those same characters. Always keep the following in mind. First, the characters are heroes and adventurers. This means they have likely discussed strategy and tactics before, perhaps around a campfire or while marching through the woods, not to mention the fact that movies and TV shows often portray heroes elaborating a strategy on the spot as time seemingly freezes. Secondly, this approach makes for a more relaxed atmosphere at the table in line with the general optimistic tones of the game. Ultimately, the choice of exactly how much dialogue and strategizing is allowed during conflicts in similar situations rests on the shoulders of the entire group. A sweet spot needs to be collectively found. Fair enough. There's some guidance, but at the end, go whatever works at your table. Personally, so long as it's not ridiculous, so long as it's not like, guys, it's been 30 minutes and you still nobody's taken an action yet because you're just deliberating. I need somebody to take an action or I'm just going to move on to the villain. And the villain is going to cast Ultima, but otherwise, then, make it. It's cinematic, talk back and forth. Say, hey, you remember how earlier we planned for this thing? Flashback to the planning of the thing that you did earlier. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Cool. That's what I'm going to do next round. All right, got it. Let's go. Rolly. Yes, fine. I love it. Again, cinematic is the focus here. Just, be sane about it. Teamwork, okay, we already saw. This is basically, it's a group check. Ending a conflict. Let's see. Always helpful when you have someone like my buddy playing a sorcerer. I summon fire beetles to destroy the bridge while everyone else bickers. I mean, yeah, solid plan. Solid move. I too would summon fire beetles if people are taking too long. Ending a conflict. Okay, turn related effects. Okay, we got that basic guidance on here. Again, I love the little art here. Just so pretty. Um, Sample gold clocks. We got some samples like Cash a Thief, etc. Some guidance on different actions that can be done by a player to move forward the clock. I wonder, legitimately. Wait, did this come out? When was Blades in the Dark? I'm not. This is not in any way like, oh, who did it first. I'm just legitimately curious. Let's see, Blades in the Dark. When did that game come out? Okay, no, Blades in the Dark came out in 2014. Blades in the Dark has been around for a lot longer than I thought it had. I thought Blades in the Dark was like 2018 at the latest. Okay, cool. So because this is then, because this game is from I think 22, right? Or 2020 or 22. Wait, let me see. Fabula Ultima is from 2023 technically, so it's actually very recent. Okay, I feel a little less bad. Hi Kat. By the way, folks, who because she hasn't really been with us on stream today that much, but she's going to be. Here, come here, girl, come here. The people want to see you. Wait, no, no. God damn it, nope. She just wanted to walk across. Sorry, folks. I tried. If she returns, we will have a cat moment. I tried to give you a cat moment, but she wasn't having it, alas. But yeah. I completely lost my train of thought because of cats. So instead, I'm going to read chat. I do like the 10x rule, where players have 10x the base in game time. It's an average turn should take a minute. Things taking a minute can take 10, not counting finalizing math or the like. Once everyone knows the system, I'm noting this from. Yeah, no, that's actually good advice. Yeah, I had actually not heard of that rule. It makes sense. It makes sense. Again, it's a good rule of thumb. I wouldn't necessarily enforce it. Although, since we're on that discussion, for anybody who wasn't here earlier on the stream, actually, here's an interesting thing there. Oh wait, actually, I have the PDF now, so I can just open it and share. So I picked up the PDF literally during the stream. What am I trying to do here? Open. Let me find that PDF real quick. Of this game, which is in straight up beta. I don't know if it's any good or not, but it's called No Good Deed. And let me just now switch so you all can see that. There we go, No Good Deed. So bleed 10,000 hit points. The reason I bring it up is because of the time-based mechanics. The other game that I was going to bring up is Shadow Dark, in which technically your torches last 1 hour of real-world time. So all the time that you spend arguing back and forth for combat or whatever, your torches are ticking down in the real world, and when your torches go off, bad things happen. It is not good to be in the dark in Shadow Dark. Cool. I don't know how many people actually use that mechanic in play, but I do kind of dig it as a concept. And so this one has the TTRPG, the base concept, and I actually want to, now that I picked it up, I want to spend time kind of going through it. Not today, of course, but we'll take a day and go through it. But the core concept here is that there are 10,000 hit points shared, and it's the total. So the entire group, you all share a giant pool of 10,000 hit points. And every second, it goes down by 1. So if you did absolutely nothing else, you will die in 2.7777 hours. Like, game's over if you do absolutely nothing. But everything you do, right, is going to cost you HP. And the gameplay mechanics are like mini games and whatnot. Bizarre. Even the game creators, like, I don't know if this works, has not been play tested at all. It's an open beta. Like, please check it out. Tell me what you think. So I will check it out and tell them what I think, because it's wild. I love the idea. And it builds into that very much. Like, there is there is a time limit. There's very much a time limit on this one, as opposed to here, right? I don't think I would make you choose, rather lose hit points in Fabula Ultima if you're taking too long. But maybe that the 10x rule is It's decent. Indecisive Fast would suck at that, right? Well, that's yeah. No, these games are meant to keep you moving. You don't have the time to just make a choice because every second that passes, you're losing another hit point. Absolutely wild. Plus the fact that then the each sheet, each book in that one again. We'll look at that game properly eventually, but just from the quick glance, like each playbook is its own sort of mini game that you're playing, and they might be like, it might be like a mini board game or whatever. So doing the thing, you have to play your game within the time constraint. I promise you learn to make decisions because any decision is better than none. Yeah, exactly. Like sooner or later, you'll kind of fall into the flow. The question is, are you enjoying the ride, right? So let's see here. Oh, hey, kitty. Hey, kitty. Are we going to try again? Are we going to try again? Come on. Come on. Come on, sweetheart. Come on. Lap time. Lap time. Okay, here we go. Gotcha. Ha ha ha. Cat. Cat. It's going to be little cat because I need both hands to hold her up, so I can't switch scenes. But you get little cat here with me. This is my sweet beloved daughter who I love more than anything. She does not like to be picked up and held. She loves to be on my lap. Right? She loves to be on me, but it is entirely within with her control. She's the one. She's in charge. Honestly. Yeah, there she goes. All right, come on. There she goes. Oh, God damn it. Hi, bye. All right. So that's the most. That's the most. Like she let me pick her up and kind of hold her for a few seconds. And it's like, nope, enough of that. But what she wants is for me. What she wants in the world right now is for me to stop this, lean back, and just let her lay on top of me. She wants me to be furniture. That is her goal in life. Furniture that cleans her litter box and feeds her constantly. Not 2 times a day, constantly. If I could do that, I would be the perfect father. Catching up on chat again. With the 10x rule, I'd probably say the default action is all-out defense or similar to avoid completely losing your turn, and then she froze the screen for me. Oh, no, did she? Wait. Oh, no, she did. Wait, what did you... How? Cat? What the hell? Is it the camera? Oh, I think the camera froze. Oh, yeah, she... Okay, sorry. Fixing. Being fixed. There we go. Thanks, cat. How did you... It's still up. It's still working. How did you... She's just like looking at me. No thoughts behind her head. She's just... I love my cat. Anyway. How are we doing on time, by the way? Okay, we still got like half an hour. Little under half an hour. And then we'll wrap up. So... let's go. Where's my PDF? But anyway, I'm going to look at it. It's a wild idea, and I'm curious to see how it works, if it works. Okay. These are more examples of gold clocks. Okay, very well done. This is great. This is the kind of stuff that I, when prepping to run a game, would look at repeatedly for inspiration. Multiple examples of different situations and how you would resolve those actions on a clock. So, okay, now that I know, I have a better feel for how long it's been since. I don't think Blaze in the Dark was the first game to use clocks. Probably not. I'd have to research and find out which game, does the clocks, or invented the concept, if any. But yeah, by now this is a very mature interpretation of the clock mechanics. Optional conflict rules. Below you can find a few options for customizing conflict scenes in your game. Any number of these can be adopted as long as the entire group agrees on them. You also have the option to use them only during specific conflicts that you think would benefit from an additional tactical layer. So ambushes and surprise rounds. Okay, this is cool. Optional rule greatly favors the ambushes. A full round of action is a massive advantage. If you don't like the possibility of a character being defeated before even being able to contribute to the conflict, don't use this rule. If you're using superiority points, the surprise round can become even more dangerous if the ambushers manage to overwhelm their foes with additional actions. See next page for mechanics governing superiority points. Okay, so that's a whole other thing. We'll look at that. But yeah, this fits the JRPG vibe. In JRPGs, getting surprised is bad news, generally speaking. I think So long as you use them very sparingly and you know what you're doing. Don't make a surprise check at the beginning of each fight or anything like that. But used sparingly, yeah. And also for players too. If players are managed to plan properly and get and then they get a surprise on a group. Yeah, let them have a surprise round. So like I said, I would use this rule. I would use the surprise round rule, but with that caveat that as a GM, I'm going to be judicious in its use. I'm not going to try and sorry, just keeping an eye on the cat. I'm not going to try and be ambushing the group every time because it is kind of brutal. It is kind of brutal and tired, especially in the way this game works. Players outside the conflict, if one or more players are controlling no characters during a conflict scene, they can still influence its outcome. Once per conflict round, after any character performs a check, a player whose character is not present on the scene can choose a single die roll in that check and force it to be re-rolled. Multiple players can even work together to have the same die be re-rolled more than once. The goal of this rule is to keep players involved even when their characters are absent from the conflict scene or have been defeated. If you use this optional rule, describe your character as fighting in spirit alongside their ally and helping them overcome the challenge. Yeah, I'm fine with that optional rule. It seems good. Seems good. Especially if you have generally try not to split the party too much. Again, one of the dangers of splitting the party is that if one part of the split gets into a conflict, then the side that's not there, it's kind of hard to sometimes be going back and forth between characters that are in combat and characters that are not. So this is an optional rule that lets you just, for the moment, focus on the conflict and still have the players that are technically not there still involved and interested in it, rather than just have them completely tune out, which is tends to be what happens often when you split a party and suddenly one of the two parties, the scene kind of has to focus on them because of a conflict or something like that. I've seen it happen at too many tables where the other players will just effectively tune out during the other, during the scene, the conflict scene. So I like this as a way to kind of keep that from happening, keep them still, hey, you're still here, you're still with us. Battle superiority. All right, let's see what this says. Optional rules adds another layer of strategy to battles and rewards the clever use of elemental attacks and affinities. Okay, so if we are with a group, we'll read it fully, but my initial instinctive reaction to this is if your group wants more crunch, right? That's basically it. It's another layer of strategy. It's like if you've got a group that just really, really misses being able to do tactical field combat or something, you're still not going to get that. That's not how this game works. But here's some more strategy that you can apply, a little bit more crunch if that's how you want to play, because you can do rewards the clever use of elemental attacks and affinities. So let's see what it actually does. If you use this rule, all participants in the conflict gain access to a special resource, superiority points. I feel like I've seen this mechanic somewhere else, the superiority point mechanic, and I don't know where. Let me keep reading through it because I just read the first sentence and I'm how have I seen that before? Let me keep reading through it. These points are shared by the entire team, which means any superiority points you gain may be spent by you or your allies. Right? The term seems familiar. I don't know what game I've seen this before. We've seen so many games on these streams. It seems familiar. It seems like again, this is based off of Ryutama. I wonder if Ryutama also had this mechanic as well, and it might have influenced other games as well. So, yeah, I'm just curious because it does feel familiar. Points are shared by the entire team, which means any superiority points you gain may be spent by you or your allies. Characters can gain superiority points in 4 different ways. Whenever you deal damage to one or more enemies, if one or more of those enemies are vulnerable to the damage you deal, the team gains 1 superiority point. So basically, anytime you hit a vulnerability, so elemental affinities and whatnot, whenever you suffer damage, if you are immune or absorb that damage type, your team gains a superiority point. Very cool. Whenever you roll critical success, team gains superiority point. Whenever you roll fumble, opposing team gains 1 superiority point. All right. Really pretty straightforward, just 4 things that trigger it. A character may spend 1 superiority point to perform an additional action on their turn, making this optional rule a dangerous addition. Yes. Yes, based on how the combat in this game works, where it's very much focused on one action per thing. Part of what makes villains so dangerous is that they effectively count double. They get two actions and they have double the hit points. So yeah, spending a superior point and getting a whole extra action is kind of a big deal. However, there are three important rules to governing rather superiority points. A character may only spend one superiority point per turn. Okay, so you can't just keep spending and getting more actions, regardless of the number of superiority points available to their team. Whenever your team is about to gain a superiority point, if the opposing team has one or more superiority points, instead you will gain no superiority point. Okay, so this is a back and forth. Okay, so that's why this is down here. Cool. Okay. So basically a tug of war back and forth, hence the strategy. A team can never have more than 5 superiority points. Any superiority points in excess will simply be wasted. Now, this rule is more advantageous to player characters than their enemies, since player characters usually do not have damage vulnerabilities. Very true. You might want to employ a tracker such as the one shown below and move a coin or token back and forth. Yeah. Maybe this is another mechanic that's similar. Maybe it's Blades in the Dark-esque. I haven't looked at Blades in the Dark in so long. Apparently since 2014. So maybe that's where I saw it before, because this feels really familiar. I think I would maybe introduce this later on. I think I would let the players do a combat or two first. Maybe, we can still, it's not going to be an ambush first combat, and hopefully not a split party one. So probably neither one of these rules would take effect. But I think I would like the party to do a couple of just, quote unquote, normal combats first, and then introduce. I mean, again, that's very JRPG. JRPGs will do that. Well, they'll let you play through like the intro section or like the first chapter or two of a game, and then like 2, 3, sometimes like 6 chapters in, they'll introduce a whole new like combat mechanic on top of everything else. And I think that's the approach I would take. Unless I was playing with players who were already familiar with it and go like, hey, we like battle superiority, we like that mechanic, and we have it, then yeah, sure, fun. Let's do it from the beginning. But I think with a new group, people that are just learning the game, I think my approach would be, because I like this, I think this could be cool, and especially because it is actually technically more advantageous to player characters. And I am a fan of my player characters as a general rule. I want to give players chances to be awesome. So this is a way for your characters to be awesome, but it is more tactical. It is more to keep track of during a fight. So I think once they're used to combat as it is, I would actually try and see if I can figure out an in-story, in-game, in-world, in-narrative way of introducing this mechanic somehow. I think that's the approach I would take, which sounds like fun. Sounds like a fun thing to do. I can't say exactly how, because of how this game wants you to create the world from scratch. So there's probably would be parts of this that would be depends on how the world is, how the setting is. Okay, so hit points and mind points. These are pretty obvious what it is, but this is a new mechanic that we didn't have in the tutorial, which is this crisis thing. The number is equal to half a character's maximum. So we saw it with the villains, kind of, where if you went halfway to your point, and I think we saw one character, the sort of Dark Knight-esque princess, who had I think one of her abilities kicked in when she was at half her hit points or less. But now there's an official mechanic, so it applies to everybody. So crisis mechanic, equal to half a character's maximum HP, rounded down. If your current HP is at or below this number, you are considered in crisis, which means you're not looking good, you're having a bad day, and it shows. For instance, a character with 65 maximum HP will be in crisis if they have 32 points of left or less Remember, round down. Some game effects activate when you enter crisis. Okay, so that's what we saw with that Dark Knight, that she effectively entered crisis. You just didn't use the term. And then 0 HP, which then you will face different consequences, etc. We'll look at that later. And mind points are basically your MP. Nothing really happens when you're out of MP. You just don't have any more to spend. Cool. Okay, what happens in 0 hit points? So non-player characters are effectively taken out. They lose all will to fight. And whoever beat them gets to decide killed, unconscious, captured, whatever. Villains will either escape or surrender. And they also have like their Ultima points, so they'll usually escape. Right here. And then surrender. If they don't have any Ultima points, they want to escape, they'll be able to surrender, just like a player character who can either sacrifice or surrender. Sacrifice is basically my character is that. Oh, interesting. Okay, so they did mention sacrifice in the tutorial, but now there's a little bit more. So when a player is reduced to 0 hit points, a player character may give their life in order to accomplish a seemingly impossible deed, blah, blah, blah. So 2 of the following have to be true. You can only sacrifice yourself if a villain is in the scene and your sacrifice would benefit a character you have a bond towards, or you believe your sacrifice would make the world a better place. So you have to meet at least 2 of those to be able to do a full proper sacrifice. But a sacrifice basically lets you as a player do what you want. Wait, sorry, checking something. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, this is good. This is good. You can and should go overboard with this when you do it. Or surrendering, and then surrendering will give you some consequences, which are very close to what we saw in the tutorial. And when you surrender, you gain 2 Fabula points, and you regain your consciousness and recover amount of hit points equal to your crisis score. Okay. Resurrection. In the cosmology of Fabula Ultima, the spirits of the deceased generally return to the stream of souls that permeates the world. But some might be trapped by evil sorcery, transported to other dimensions, or even possess a will strong enough to retain their identity after death. The mechanics of the game do not give you the option of bringing characters back to life for 2 main reasons. Firstly, the death of a player character should be meaningful. And secondly, the mystery of the afterlife should be something you explore and shape together as part of your story. Right, so there's no real, like, it is, again, that the JRPG, because that's one of those famous JRPG contradictions where I have 20,000 Phoenix downs and you keep getting taken down to 0 hit points in combat, and I just throw a Phoenix down at you, or even after combat, throw a Phoenix down at you and you come back, or whatever. But then sometimes a character stabs themselves and they're dead forever, and you can't. But I have 99 Phoenix downs. What do you mean they're dead? Phoenix down. What? Right? So it's kind of like that. Like, yeah, you don't. If you reduce your hit points, you only actually die if you choose to make it a sacrifice. And at that point, let's get wild with it. Otherwise, no, it's a surrender, and, fade to black, come back next scene, and you're a prisoner, or you're in despair, or whatever. Like, something happens. There is a consequence, because this game wants there to be consequences for that. But also, like, while surrender here... Let's actually read through it, right? Characters who surrender fall unconscious and become unable to act for the remainder of the scene, even if their hit points are above 0. The Game Master cannot kill a character who surrenders, so it may impose a narrative consequence chosen from the list below, blah, 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 or a consequence that makes sense within the scene if multiple characters surrender, or worst of all, if the entire group gets wiped out, the Game Master may impose separate consequences or a single major consequence. They may also decide to bring the consequences of your surrender into play later on. Example: as the last hero bites the dust, Commander Kelta grins. I'd love to get rid of you once and for all, but I have a busy day. You will never make it to the village in time. The Skyglass will shortly be in the Empress's hands. While surrendering will never kill your character, the Game Master can still impose heavy consequences. Given the general mood of Fabula Ultima, however, permanent or crippling injuries should be avoided. This is not a grim, dark game. When a player character chooses to surrender, they immediately gain 2 Fabula points to start the next scene, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we saw all that. And then resting. So how to recover, magic 10 created by spending 4 inventory points, 1/10 is enough for the whole group, blah, blah, blah. So how to heal, how to rest, resting. Just like JRPG, resting recovers all your hit points and mind points and all your status effects. Bonding. When the hero's rest, there's a chance for calmer. So at the end of each resting scene, Each PC may do one of the following: create a new bond or something or something, add a new emotion to an existing bond, or erase an emotion from an existing bond and replace it with a different one. When you add new emotions, change their emotions, describe how and why your character's view on others has shifted. And then non-play router. So rest and pacing. Red is scary. While the rules for rest are very generous, spending too much time wrapped in the warm blankets of an inn will allow whatever danger is approaching to make the first move undisturbed. Inactivity should never be without consequence. The game master may use clocks. Yeah, that's easy. I was going to say the solution to that is a clock. Set up a clock, and you know what? Every night that you rest without, depending on the tone of the game, maybe every night that you rest in follow one by one the other without doing anything else, clock moves forward, or simply every night when you rest, clock moves forward. That's the easy solution there. And then, okay, now we're going to damage and more stuff, a little bit more mechanics, which is stuff that we're going to look at tomorrow, because I just looked at the clock and we are out of time for today's stream. But overall, though, really, again, we continue with the deep dive. We're still haven't even gotten to the actual parts where you create the world, which hopefully we'll get to see. Wait, today is what, Thursday? Oh shit, it is Thursday. So tomorrow, while we are streaming, wait, maybe we won't be doing this, because Fridays. Yes, Friday is tomorrow. Jeez, time means nothing. Fridays, I usually spend that time working on my own games. Last time we finished and delivered Three Goblins in a Trenchcoat Christmas Edition. So tomorrow I'll probably be working on Seeker's Call again for a while. So if you're curious at all for tomorrow's stream, in fact, let's kind of wrap up. We'll continue with Fabula Ultima soon. Let's go back to the intro and let's go ahead and turn my background on again. There we go. Much better. Much better. Folks, thanks so much for hanging out. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Obviously, because massive building tall beams of fire are only hot enough to tickle, and the knives used in battle are made of feathers. Yes. Again, JRPG, man, JRPG. All damage is kind of abstract. It is what it is in this game. Although I guess, as we saw, we're about to look at damage types. So let's see what the game tells us about those. Like, all right, describe the horrible burns and permanent scarring that your character receives every time they are hit with fire-based damage. I don't think that's this game, alas. But folks, thanks as always so much for hanging out. Tomorrow we will be back at 2 p.m. as just like today, 2 to 6. Once again, I'm going to press a button that puts my schedule on, but that's not correct, and I need to fix that. It's normally 2 to 6 actually. And then we're going to do some evening streams as well, like today. So besides tomorrow, we'll be back to talk more tabletop RPGs. I'll be working on my own tabletop RPG called Seeker's Call, which I've been working on for a while, and we've made some progress. There's still so much more to be done. If you are interested at all in tabletop RPG game design, feel free to drop by, hang out, give suggestions, and check it out. I'll also just be, as usual, probably going into these side tangents as I tend to do. And then later tonight, so I will be back tonight around 8 p.m. I'm hoping and playing a video game of some kind. I suspect I'm going to give in to what this game has been trying to do to me and play a JRPG. Probably one of these Tales ones, although I'm going to go through my list and see if maybe there's something else, but probably a Tales game, and we'll see how we go from there. But I'm itching for a JRPG, and I'm gonna do that tonight for a couple hours. Usually the evening streams are not that long, so usually from 8 to 10, maybe 11, because around that time Dan do be a sleepy boy. But for now, I'm gonna go take a break, have some dinner, relax with the cat a little bit. Back in a couple hours for more hangouts, folks. Enjoy your own time, whatever time it may be on your side of the planet, and hope to see you again later. Thanks, as always, so much for hanging out, and goodbye.